Going live. Can you hear me, Sheldon, if you're still there? All right. In a minute, it's supposed to start. Let's see, where should I want to go? Intro. How's it going, folks? Thank you for joining me on my birthday, believe it or not. Crystal, Sheldon, Brandon, thank you. Thank you for being my birthday. This is my birthday today. Thank you, Sheldon. Thank you, Diesel. Thank you, Crystal. My head looks big the way I'm sitting. Hey, Chicha. It's going. I'm enjoying my birthday. Chicha. Thank you. Just a little settle down here for a little bit. Well, Brandon, I'm too damn old. That's how old I am. For sure, too damn old. 55. The sacred number of 55. Oh, yeah. I know one thing. That was cool. That's a darn cool song. Anyways, it's a cool intro to me. So I don't know. My friend Jared might show up. He might not. I knowing who he is. Not a knock at him. I just used to be just like him. So in the meantime, that doesn't matter. Got plenty of things to share. What should we share first? Well, one thing I plan on doing is sharing some profoundly, well, I would call it special images. But what I'm thinking of, what do I want to read first? Well, there's this dude, and he goes by the name of Wayne Bush. He's got a website called Trick of the Light. And maybe we'll look at a little bit about some moon symbology. Then maybe we'll read a little bit out of we'll do that. Moon and a lunar symbolism and myth, logos and music videos, lyrics and movies. Look at him. He's heading for a small moon. That's no moon. It's a space station. We're caught in a tractor beam, and it's pulling us in. Star Wars. Osiris, Ani saith, Hail, thou one who shineth from the moon. Hail, thou one who shineth from the moon. Grant that this Osiris, Ani, may come forth among thy multitudes who are at the portal. Not a very original concept, isn't it? If you think the portal was something that happened in our generation, far from it. Let him be with the light of God. Let us trust. Let the taught be open to him. The chapter of the coming forth of the day and of the living after death. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. DreamWorks, moon fishing, and Miller High Life siren symbolism. Now, I'm not promoting this and saying to do this one thing or the other. I'm just saying there's some mysteries to be revealed. As you see here, the different kind of logos out there of DreamWorks. The Miller High Life, the moon, the man on the moon, siren, and John Everson siren, the bitter moon. DreamWorks Pictures logos features the fishing lure cast from the moon down onto presumably the earth below. Similarly, the Miller High Life sign features a woman sitting on the moon. And the other representations, she wears a witch's hat, holding high a glass of a golden beer with the slogan "Fishing, real in the high life." The cover of John Everson's novel Siren depicts a siren with a gigantic moon looming right behind her as she peers down into the water below. Sirens in Greek mythology were mermaids, originally depicted as birds who lured sailors to their deaths upon the rock with their sweet song. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon album has set a record for the longest time on an album chart, about 10 years. The movie series Star Wars features spaceship in design as a moon and was called the Death Star. The movie poster for the horror movie The Ring features solar eclipse and the caption, "Before you die, you shall see the ring. Which is very interesting when you think about this. And when I started having my first quote unquote encounters back in 2017, it was during a solar eclipse in the summer of 2017, a very major solar eclipse that passed through the United States in some very interesting places with religious connotations. I'm just saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, but we're going to talk about it anyways because, well, why not? Let's do something positive before we get into all the negative. The inexpressible one from the Secret Gospel of John, a Gnostic text. A group of Christians that were demonized by the cult religion that we are under. But don't get me wrong. One rules all. Nothing has authority over it. It is the God. It is Father of everything, Holy One, Invisible One over everything. It is uncontaminated, pure light. No eye can bear to look within. I don't know if you can see. Maybe I'm blocking this. I don't even realize. So you can see it. This is important to think about this. A pure light. Pure light. Pure light, no eye can bear to look within. The one is invisible. You see, am I blocking you guys? I'm not even blocking you guys. I don't even realize it. And believe me, we're going to go to some pretty deep places tonight. For sure. And by the way, if anyone is interested in joining me in this journey, please don't run away. For we're not pushing religion on you at all. The one is invisible light. It is not right to think of it as a God or as like God. It is more than just God. Nothing's above it, nothing rules it. Since everything exists within it, it does not exist within anything. Since it is not dependent on anything, it is eternal. It is absolutely complete and so needs nothing. It is utterly perfect light. The one is without boundaries. Nothing exists outside of it to border it. Excuse me. One cannot be investigated. The one cannot be investigated. Nothing exists apart from it to investigate it. The one cannot be measured. Nothing exists external to it to measure it. The one cannot be seen, for no one can envision it. The one is eternal, for it exists forever. The one is inconceivable, for no one can comprehend it. The one is indescribable, for no one can put any words to it. The one is infinite light, purity, holiness, and stainless. The one is incomprehensible, perfectly free from corruption. Not perfect, not blessed, not divine, but superior to such concepts, neither physical nor unphysical, neither immense nor infinitesimal. Excuse me, I'm not saying it right. It is impossible to specify in quantity and quality, for it is beyond knowledge. The one is not a being among other beings. It is vastly superior, but it is not superior. It is outside the realms of being and time, for whatever is within realms of being was created, and whatever is within time had time allotted to it. The one receives nothing from anything. It simply apprehends itself in its own perfect light. The one is majestic, the one is measureless majesty, chief of all realms, producing all realms, light, producing light, life producing life, blessedness producing blessedness, knowledge producing knowledge, good producing goodness, mercy producing mercy, generous producing generosity. It is not. It does not possess these things. It gives forth light beyond measure, beyond comprehension. What can I say? His realm is eternal, peaceful, silent, resting before everything. He is the head of every realm, sustaining each of them through goodness. And according to the secret gospel of John, that's Jesus' explanation of who Heavenly Father is. Anyways, for whatever it's worth, this is something positive. You know what I mean? See, I still like weird and spooky, but it bothers me more. It bothers me more now than it used to. Okay, yeah. And we're going to talk about some dark stuff. We're talking about some good stuff. This creation, this dualistic systems creation, there is evil and there is good. There is darkness and there's light. There's mercy and then there's laws. So anyways, like I said, if anybody wants to join in and feels like they want to join in this process, this journey, we're going to look at some images that I filmed in 2017. Why not? I haven't shared them in a while. I think you get a kick out of it. And then, I don't know. I mean, the images I got this past year, 2022, are much better. When I took these images back in 2017, I was using a cheap cell phone. But now I have a P900. If you can afford to get one or something of that quality, P900, you can get one used now. I think you probably get them between $300 and $500 now. The things you can film, the stars above, it would open up your eyes to all sorts of things. All sorts of things. Honestly, you'll realize that, well, once again, those experts, the mainstream media and NASA and everyone else, well, they didn't quite tell us the truth. Not much about anything. But we do have the capacity to learn the truth. And the truth has two sides to it. And then something in the middle. So, yeah, maybe I'll read something later out of the Book of Mark or something like that. Or maybe someone else can do want to. This is my birthday. I'm 55 years old. 55 is a sacred number and gematria. 13 years I've had multiple sclerosis, another sacred number. I wonder what will be my lot in this life. Predeterminism is such a thing. But we still have some freedom of will, as small as it may seem. Love is a loosh. I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, I don't know if my friend will show up or not. He enjoys the flower, if you will. And because of that, he's not so reliable. I remember those days. There's times when you just get get involved with that thing. And that's part of man's journey, a woman's journey, a person's journey, finding peace within themselves in this realm. It's fascinating. There's a guy named, he's passed away now. He's on the other side. Robert Monroe, and he talks about the loosh. Love as loosh is the love associated with the white light of the near death experiencers. Gaslighting? This is an interesting question. Something to ponder on. I'm not telling you it's so before we get into this stuff, because you see what I think I've realized when we talk about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about a whole bunch of different things that we conveniently and foolishly have labeled as one thing. I think it's part of the programming that happened. It's interesting before we get into this. My friend M.K. Davis, who's famous for demonstrating the high probability that Patty was a real entity. We've had some conversations and kind of got deep in it, but I know he tries to avoid getting too deep in it because of implications. MK Davis, I always tease him with MK Ultra, was seen to happen about the same time. It's interesting when it came to the Patterson film, and for those of us who were alive back then, or soon after, the image of Patty was plastered everywhere. In fact, it was in all the movie theaters. And if you understand propaganda and how the Hollywood and Laurel Canyon, or at least what it used to be Laurel Canyon, and their involvement with the military and with the government, which stands for money. That's their job, is to steer us like ships, yeah, or like fish, right? Schooling us, direct us in what direction they want us to go. I think part of the journey, honestly, is to try to, as much as one can, live within the matrix while breaking free from it. It's very important. And the video, it just showed up, and this is the most opportune time. It was the power of summoning, the power of projection. There's the power of focusing and visualization. I'd argue, and those who really spent some serious time researching this know this to be true, that they try to get us focused on one single thing instead of the big picture. As always, compartmentalization of our minds, of our focus. Love can't be seen or held. Love, like the wind, must be felt. Love, it is the inspiration for countless poems and songs and movies. It can be the most beautiful thing in the world. It can break your heart and bring many tears of both joy and pain. I do believe in love. Pure love a mother feels for her child is undeniable. I've experienced love myself, and I am experiencing it now. It can be very uplifting and bring much needed value to one's life. Love is also reported and reputed to be the cornerstone of the near-death experience phenomenon. Now, you might ask, what's near-death experiences have anything to do with Bigfoot? Well, a whole heck of a lot. You can read the tea leaves. For real. Absolutely for real. But we have to stop thinking religiously and start opening our minds to what's around us for real. Anyways, the feeling of all pervasive, encompassing love is an almost universal trait of those who die temporarily and traverse the tunnel and enter into the white light. However, I feel when you study very closely the descriptions of love felt during a near death experiences, or NDE, it can be interpreted in different ways. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is a colloquialism to describe a person, a gaslighter, who presents a false narrative to another group or person, thereby leading them to doubt their perceptions and become misled, disoriented, and distressed. Gaslighting is a form of manipulation that often occurs in abusive relationships. It is a covert type of emotional abuse where the bully and the abuser misleads the target in creating a false narrative and making them question their judgment and reality. How many of you experienced this in your journey? Ultimately, the victim of gaslighting starts to feel unsure about their perceptions of the world and even wonder if they are losing their sanity. Artificial light is any light source that is not naturally occurring. Artificial light includes things like flash and strobes, and of course, but also any street lights, indoor lighting, and other man-made light sources. Gaslighting is production of artificial light from combustion of a gaseous fuel, including hydrogen, methane, carbon monoxide, propane, butane, acetylene, ethylene, or natural gas. Gas was not the first form of artificial light, but it was by far the most efficient. It is just coincidence that gaslighting here on Earth is considered an artificial light. I didn't quite say that right. Exhilarating feeling and liberation. First, I have heard people say they felt the love even though they never even went through a tunnel or into light. I feel it is the default frequency and environment when one has died and after their mortal coil and interfaces with, I'm saying this right. Anyways, I think you'll get it. And interfaces that keep them at an artificial lower frequency having been released. Like a buoy, we begin to return to the previous level or frequency we were prior in incarnation. There is the ecstatic, exhilarating feeling of liberation once the spirit has been released from a low, dense, heavy physical body. It was temporarily imprisoned within. Sorry for that. There is no denying the feeling of love the NDEers or NDEer experiences while in the presence of the white light being, which is a composite of all human souls. However, there is more to true love than just a great feeling. You have to look at the actions above all else to determine what is true love. And even though the NDEer is in the presence of what feels like incredible love, it could be just a default feeling at such a level where everything is more interconnected compared to life on earth, where we are separated and more cut off from true spirit. Love as a weapon. Take, for example, the serial killer, Ted Bundy, who seduced women, or the many cases of predators today who woo someone of the opposite sex, causing them to feel love for them only to con them out of large amounts of money. The person who felt the love was the only one feeling it, and it wasn't true love. It was only the result of clever seduction and manipulation. Perhaps this is the case with NDEers. After a wonderful feeling of love, most are talked into going back to Earth, usually on an undisclosed mission, sent back against their will, and talked into going back to help out a loved one who is suffering. And this seduction and clever manipulation using advanced technology in the form of the crystal in all the crystalline structures and screens reported over there. It's a good place to stop. Now let's think about crystals, crystalline structures. They're not bad. What's up, Ozzy? Sue? Thank you for joining me on my birthday. Wait till Mike sees this, laugh out loud. Not quite sure what you mean by that. Did I skip something? We're not going to be reading this forever today. We're just, introducing this and this whole concept. Oh dear. What's oh dear? Thank you, Sue. This is something to think about. I'm just asking you to think about things you haven't quite heard before, I'm sure of it. And maybe when we get in there, we'll read Myra's NDE experience. But for now, let's look into something else. What was that all about? Ba-ding. Diesel. Hey, Diesel, did you send me some more pictures, man? You can join me and we can talk about your pictures. I'll be more than happy to talk about your pictures. Can you join me? I saw that, Diesel. Can you join me when we talk about your pictures? Bellinger. Let me get my ugly bug out of here. Can you hear me now? Negative, brother. There you are. Yes, you can hear me. Okay, good. Um, okay, so you can see how very blurry this is. This is very, of course, part of it is because of my own movement, but something else is supernatural going on in this grove here. If we could look a little bit closer at this one, see, there's this picture. Yeah, here's a better image of this very blurry image. There's something going on here, and there's actually something going on right in here. Actually, there's something going on all the way through here, but right in here. Let's see if I can boom, boom. Let's go here. You see the guy with his really deep, dark, reset eyes? That looks like he's got sunglasses. He's got the kind of conical black head and the gray face. It's not perfect. Remember, this is a time when I didn't have my P900. Since I have a P900, you can get much better pictures. You see him looking at me as I'm looking at him? And there's a lot of spiritual things going on and all that. And you see the blurriness. Part of it is my movement, and another there's something going on right there too. That's, and one of the things I noticed about the times there's times when I film things, and it could be the same location, same body movement, and I take a picture of these entities, and things get all blurry. Other times they don't. Is this the ethereal realm? Is this electrical? Is this something plasmic? Once again, that's that entity I filmed in the middle of town. What's my point in all this? They're everywhere. In fact, I think that's what we call this, right? They are everywhere. What the hell are they? They're everywhere. They're in the trees. They're in the leaves. Think of many different shapes and sizes. And sometimes small as the leaves. Sometimes bigger than the leaves. There's that guy I was pointing out earlier. I call him the loner. I want to point right here. This is a fascinating one. If you can see this right here, this is actually a little miniature Bigfoot. Now you can explain this to me. It looks just like a Bigfoot. You can tell, or what we call a Bigfoot, or something that might be look like a Bigfoot. Let's look at. It's got the big eyebrows, pointed eyebrows. It's got the eyes. It's got an eyelid. You can see it's the face of it. The face, the forehead, and everything is this tan, leathery brown color. You can see the forehead. You can see the mouth. You can see the nose. And it's popping out of the grass. Now you tell me how that happened. And you tell me how that thing all of a sudden becomes 9 feet tall, 12 feet tall. I'm revealing some truth to you, by the way. And it's not just my opinion. I not claim I have all the understanding of things, but it's just, this is a fascinating one that I took, I think, in 2018. And this is there's a ravine right here. There's a ravine, and it drops about 12 feet. There's a creek down there. This is a parking lot of Kroger's. And right in the middle, right here, there's a blackhead just floating in the air. I'm not making this up. Look a little pissed off to me. You can see, he's got his nose right there. There's his mouth. He's got a bit of a beard. He's got a goatee looking thing. Well, Probably optical illusion, maybe not. He got a big goatee like me, and he got that pointed head there, and he got the brows. It's floating right there in the middle, and you know what? I've been told everything that it's a wasp nest to some garbage, but I mean, if you can see what I see, I'm not making this stuff up. It's just floating there. Or at least it looks like it's floating there. Now, the thing is, something told me to film there, but I never saw what I was filming. Something said, go point there. And I won't beat you over the head with a bunch of pictures, but we'll talk about pictures as we go on. But we're going to listen to some interesting discussions to talk about fairies, folklore, how Bigfoot, or the story, the Americanized version of the Wolseley or the Woodman, has been around forever today. And it's okay to get honest about this stuff. Really, it is. In fact, be honest with you, once you get real with this stuff, and you kind of let go so much of the flesh and blood thing and the primate thing, and you start looking at the more interdimensional thing and how much more exciting that actually is. And scary it is. And how you should treat this stuff with respect. And not just, oh yeah, I call this guy, who's a singer for Led Zeppelin? Whatever his name is. He looks like a singer from Led Zeppelin. I don't forget that. There's another one of those. I just find that hedge so fascinating. You see, it sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's all black. Remember, these things are like black, darker than the night sky, blacker than jet black, like it has no light, absence of light. This guy, he's pretty interesting. He's got somebody else filmed something similar to him. By the way, this is multiple entities, and if you look real closely, they what they do is they morph into it. It's like this plasmic energy like field. It's like a ball where they mass together. And think about worms or snake crawling over each other. This is what these things are doing. And you'll have all sorts of weird things. If you look real close, you have him right there, but then you got this other guy right here. He's almost got like fangs. You can see his eyes and all that. I'm telling you. We'll see it at different contours and light perspective. Of course, it's hard to get great detail. This is grainy. Remember, this is something I took with a crappy phone back then. So the quality of pictures I get now with my P900 are much better. And by the way, I don't go out every day doing this. And those that do, like Diesel, I have a lot of respect for you for doing it. But for me, I know it's not healthy to do it every day. So I don't focus on this all the time. I'm focusing on it now because I think it's as I come in and out of this holistic approach to the life in the world, right? And as I become more understanding of things, and it makes me more tolerant, more accepting of other people's perspectives, and realize that I can learn something from other people, even if I don't agree with 90% of what they're saying. There could be something that actually has of great value. Right? Actually, I used to be that way. Interesting enough, as a young man, and then of course life takes over, and then you develop your prejudice and your biases. Your own psychological and emotional defenses in order to deal with life, because you get screwed over by everybody, and sometimes you screw people over yourself, and life is hard. It is. By the way, my coffee, just to say, it's the most disgusting coffee you ever had in your life, but it's pretty healthy. It's got turmeric in it, it's got honey in it, and it's got curry gold butter in it. The turmeric's in it for the inflammation. If you've noticed that you have pain in your joints and in your feet and in your hands and all that kind of stuff, uh, you know, start consuming turmeric. It doesn't taste good, but you can learn to acquire it, and then you'll get used to the yellow tongue. But it's better than being in pain. The Kerry Gold butter, instead of using that 2%, 1%, that pasteurized milk, get some of this breast that's grass fed. It's healthier for you. And honey is better than refined sugar. Everyone knows that. So, right? Not that I know anything. I just sharing stuff. This is not health advice. So yeah. So Peter Robert Plant, entity spirit, just shows up. He's looking at people in the shopping mall, the Kroger's. I thought you had to go. Here's the thing. Once you realize they're everywhere, it changes perspective on things. And once you start to realize you're dealing with something that's interdimensional, it changes things. And now you understand why when they're camping in the middle of the night and they have something tapping on their tent and they don't see anything, or they hear footsteps but they don't see anything. They're not just cloaking as much as they want you to believe. They're in a different dimension altogether. And this is why it's important to start studying stuff like near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences and see how people's own soul, and it's interesting, you'll discover something, especially in the Abrahamic faith, they only say there's just the spirit and there's the body, right? Or they'll say the soul and the spirit and the body. And then we had all these arguments and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? It's funny. You find out with a lot of these people that do these outer body experiences deliberately, which is not me. I don't do that. I had those experiences as a child. I didn't even know it. I think a lot of it probably was through trauma. When you realize that we have our spirit, our pure essence, our true self is multidimensional. That's pretty wild when you think about that. When you start looking into that, you're just like, wait a minute, they didn't tell me about that. You got to find the sources. It takes time. That's why we need to work together. Instead of judging each other and saying you're this and I'm that and think they were all each other's enemies, because we're really not each other's enemies, regardless of what your religious faith is and what you think about my God and what you think about my political stance. We really aren't meant to be each other's enemies. We're supposed to work together to help each other. Not that we're not, but we created in our minds and we let other people with their narratives develop these constructs, these false narratives that we're supposed to be each other's enemy. Your eyes only see as much as the light spectrum as a human. Reason our cameras pick up stuff we can't. Hey, Brandon, you want to join me, buddy? So,
hey, hey.
What's going on, young man?
Nothing much. Been a stressful night. I'm looking to unwind from all this bleh. So.
Well, I hope this is, if we can look at this in the proper perspective, it can be unstressful or it can be very stressful, right? This could be shedding the truth. It's a double-edged sword, as they always say. You know that.
I actually do prefer this in my spare time, trust me. So if people say it's stressful, for me it's not. I do enjoy this when I have the time.
Yeah. Well, let's read a few things about, like what Diesel says. You just imagine 20 years what we'll see with the new technology that's already happened. Just imagine what it would be. And just think of, I brought this up last night. I don't know. What do you think about this, Brad? What do you think about if what happens when G20 or G30 or G1000 shows up and you're seeing these things on a consistent basis, whether you have cameras or not?
That's actually a good question. I actually don't know because I haven't really thought about that. That's a very good one.
Let's see. Crystal says, I feel my own capsules, no tongue yellowing, just fingers. You do, really? Oh, that sounds interesting about filling them. Do you sell crystals? Do you sell? If you sell it, I'll buy it from you next time. When I was a kid, I wished I could fly. Yeah, and you know what? I did it as a dream, and then what happened? Have you ever had this experience, Brandon? As a child, I used to have these dreams in which I would float above my house and the trees in my neighborhood, and
Oh,
then
geez, really?
I'd realize what I was happening, right?
Mhm.
And then I go, holy crush, and I snap right back into my body. And this is the time I didn't realize this was happening. It's only from listening to people who actually do outer body experiences. And I realized I was having the same thing happen to me, whether I wanted it or not. And so what happened, I realized I was up in the air above the trees and all that, and the houses of my neighborhood. And I'd be this great sensation of relief and lightness. And then I'd see, oh my gosh, I'm above the trees, above the house, and bam, just like that. And right. And then what always happened is my legs and my arms would jerk, right? And my body would jerk, and it would wake me up. And I
That's
always thought it was something, just dreams of something psychological, biochemical. But after, like, this is the reason why I'm reading this book, which I think everyone should read. Honestly, it's. Can you see that book? Probably can't see that book, but it says Adventures Beyond the Body, How to Experience Out of Body Travel. I don't really want to experience out of body travel, but I'm grateful to find out what I actually was going through. And you know
I think I
why?
had something like that before because I remember when I was growing up, I wake up and I felt like I was falling and I just landed in my bed. And I said to my mom, I'm like, Mom, I think I floated in my bed. And being the kind of family we were, I think she believed it because if my mom didn't believe it, I would see her face. But we shrugged it off. That's kind of like, okay, you floated because it was a normal thing for us. We
Right.
weren't surprised by it.
Well, now that I know what actually happened, I'm like, yeah, well, now it makes sense, and it makes sense why it was so memorable. Ozzy Sue says we have all forgotten just how special we really are from being dumbed down for centuries.
Right.
In this past three generation, with the public school system and with modern education, they've robbed a lot of who we are. This is how they can pull off this stuff that they're doing now to us, and I strongly believe this. I don't think everyone's real. I think most of us are useful dupes. When we look at the cryptid community and the Bigfoot community or Dogman community, and all these scary, scary stories and scary, scary, frightening, scary. And if you notice, it's just endless circle of just scary stories and a little bit of truth, and scary stories and a little bit of truth, and then it never gets anywhere. Never. They don't offer any answers, really. And so you have these poor people like myself and so many we've heard on Sean's show and others who have shared their experiences of been having these encounters with quote unquote Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Dogman, whatever, poltergeist. And no one gives the answers to these people so they can live with it and deal with it. They always say they have the answers, but you don't have a special price. You can find out the truth, or we can fix it for you. What it is useful for each and every one of us is to develop our own personal skills to live around this, to deal with this, and to cope with it, not to
Hmm.
pass on the buck to somebody else. Does no good.
Right.
It does no good. And so it's really important for us to get honest about this stuff at different perspectives. Now, you and I, Brandon, were Christians, and I expected to be many people in our room who are not. And I expect them, I accept them, I love them, I embrace them, and I want to hear their opinions too, because their opinions mean something as well. I know this. And so this is this whole idea, we say that, we love uh, charity and love and patience. We appreciate these values, these things, right? One of the most important things, it says the way, the truth, and the life, and the light.
Amen. Yeah.
And so, regardless of whether you believe in Jesus or not, and blasphemous that may sound, the fact of the matter is, just because you and I do doesn't mean that someone who's sitting next to us has to, and it doesn't mean we can't accept them and embrace them fully as who they are. Like Sue said, everyone's very special. Everyone is. Everyone has a very special traits, gifts, and talents, and is a value to God. And so that's what I'm saying. We need to learn about this stuff. We need to talk about this stuff. We got to stop just sharing scary stories. I believe strongly I'm not the only one that's yearning for meat, as the scriptures say, and that can be applied in all life, in all aspects of life. That means deeper truths. I'm tired of being fed milk.
That's probably why I'm figuring out a lot of stuff that I'm going through as well, because apparently when I told people, like, I have capability of seeing stuff like this, they go like, "You're a seer." I'm like, "Excuse me, what's a seer?" And I had no idea what that even was until I looked it up. I'm like, "Okay, well, apparently I'm a seer." Yep, it's been happening since I was a little kid, apparently, because I was told growing up I kept seeing stuff, so that's what I am. Then that's what I am, apparently.
Well, if you're seeing stuff, you're a seer, regardless, right? Regardless of how the beavers. It's like, yeah. I guess the good question is, what does that exactly mean? I'm a seer, right? How come I see this stuff? How come I film this stuff? How come I've had these experiences? I know 1,000% that I'm not better than anyone else. I'm definitely not smarter than anyone else. I'm not more capable than anyone else. So why am I experiencing it? And somebody would be right next to me, can't even see what I'm seeing, even in the images, let alone in the you're in our three-dimensional, two-dimensional reality, depending on how you look at it.
Right. The way I could probably answer the way you're doing it, a seer was supposed to be like some kind of prophet of God, because that's what Samuel was, according to the book of Samuel, because no one else was able to hear God. I don't know the first about seeing God, but hearing God, yeah, they were able to do that. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can. But basically, whatever messages that God has for those people, he sends out his prophet or seer, something like that, to relay that message. And in turn, they have the capability of seeing stuff that, like, no one else can see it. Like what you said, no one else can see or hear stuff, but you can, because you're having these spiritual eyes. Like I said, like you just said, I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else. I'm not sure it's because my senses are heightened or what. I don't know. But the more I keep seeing stuff, I'm going like, why am I seeing more of this? Is there something I'm supposed to be looking at, or what? But every day, what the heck do I step on?
Well, if we look at our ancestors, from whatever cultures and cultural backgrounds they come from, as European, African, Asian, and North American, if you're someone like me, a Heinz 57, you got it all over the place. Our ancestors, we had people that there was a time, Brandon, that we didn't label them with negative, derogative terms. We valued them. We valued today we call them medicine women, medicine men, shamans. We call them witches and all this kind of stuff. But when you really look deeper into it, when you take away the judgmental eyes and glasses, you realize a lot of these people they were experiencers. They were seers. They were people that had truth, hidden truth that be shared to everybody. But what happened through religion and social control and the group pressure, the threat, because here's the threat: when you start opening up your eyes, you do become a threat to what you're offering to the average person is more autonomy and independence and an ability to navigate in this world without being so enslaved to another person. I call them the priestcraft, and they could be popes, they can be priests, they could be archbishops, they could be whatever religion. It doesn't really matter whether it's something really dark or something really whatever. They feel that they're the light. The fact of the matter is there's a problem. Clearly it's detrimental to each and every one of us. then we abandon what little sovereignty we have in this realm to somebody else, another human being. This is dangerous. Now, you look back, and I'm not here as an apologist for any group of people or anyone in particular, but I'm just trying to be honest, okay? Miranda, there's a lot of people that we look, who were just like you're saying, they maybe had the ability of something to be prophetic, to something that it's some revelation that's supposed to be shared to their family, to their loved ones, to their community, to their country, whatever. But it's because they didn't fit the mold and they weren't, going to, morning mass 6 times a week and giving 10% of their tithe, and weren't, going in through the proper channels, as they say. Their voices were crushed. We look at the modern day medical system, right? Which is the reason why I believe I have what I have today for the past 13 years, and God's used it for my benefit in the long run spiritually. But I didn't have to go through all this physical pain, but it was through modern day Rockefellerian medicine is the reason why I am the way I am physically, and in a lot of other people. Now, there are things that just happen, cause accidents and coincidence and things that happen. There's another topic altogether, but the fact of the matter is, many of these people who were holistic healers were demonized as witches. Literally. Did you know that?
I think I've heard of that before. I'm trying to recall that because I've heard a lot of stuff during my research.
Yeah, I mean, this is an emphatic truth, and you just look it up or you do some research on the Rockefellerian medical system and what they systematically did and taken away at a lot of this basic truths, healing properties of the plants that were part of this creation that the Creator God gave us. No, everything now has to be petroleum based. And something, you heard of the Hegelian dialectic, I'm certain, right? Problem, reaction, solution. Have you heard of that, Brandon?
I don't think so. That's why I'm actually kind of going like, what the?
So this is a very important principle to understand in your life. And
All right.
everyone else who hasn't heard this, it's called problem, reaction, solution, the Hegelian dialectic. You create the problem, you offer the solution, and people react to it, right? And you have no other choice but this, petroleum-based, petroleum. What am I trying to say? Oil-based, petroleum-based medicine. This stuff that's really not good for you. It might relieve the pain, but it really doesn't. You don't cure. There's no curing involved. There's just maintaining. And so you live your life in pain and chronic pain, suffering, and there is no getting free from the system. They don't want you to have that. This is an absolute truth. This is not my opinion. This is well established. And as people who have bothered to look into it will find it real fast. What I'm saying is not even my opinion. So, point being is that there's forms of sorcery and wizardry and magic being thrown at us by people who are demonizing a lot of people that who are not doing anything really wrong. I hate to say this too, as someone who has studied Christianity intensely and someone who does believe in Jesus, I've seen our religion be number one culprit in suppressing a lot of truth or being compliant in it. Have you seen that?
I have seen that quite a lot, actually, especially when it came to now, I want this to be known right now, I'm not a marijuana user, but there is health benefits in that, so they try to demonize that. There are ways, if you smoke it, that is actually bad for you because, smoking, your lungs can't withstand that because, also smoking causes cancer, obviously. But can marijuana, cannabis, weed, how you want to use it? Because, I have different views compared to you, Mike, but, I do respect you because I actually learned a lot more from you than anywhere else. And this will actually got me more into my studies a little bit more. THC, for those...
That's a nice birthday present. Thank you.
And happy birthday again, by the way.
Thank you.
And two oils that I know that can be used, and I've really paid close attention to this. Like if you're in extreme pain, that's where you use a THC, the so-called high oil that makes you high. That I believe is to put you in an extreme relaxed state to make sure like you're not in extreme pain. It makes you fully relaxed.
Well, I use CBD. I use that.
Yeah, I was going there next. With CBD, it won't give you the high feeling. It'll make sure you're relaxed, you're not feeling anything, but you're still more alert and aware.
Makes me sleep. That's about what it does. I don't do it. I don't do it
That
like
too.
on a daily basis, and I wouldn't want to do it during the day because it would just make me sleepy. But I know this has. Well, my neurologist, he's the one that offered up. He said, it's got healing properties, and I'm not on any MS meds, so I mean I'm on some pain medicine, but that's very minimal and a very minimal stuff. So it just. My hope is that I can just maintain. I mean, I'm not, I don't know. Just some days maybe I'll be able to walk without a cane again or a walker, but any length of distance. But oh, my dream if only I could play ball with my son once. But oh well, it is what this is. This is part of this story too. It's not just my story and about this creation and dualistic system and about the demons, the demiurge. And this dark spirit, this dark God that you might call Satan. I don't call it Satan anymore, but depending on your level of understanding of Christianity, but something evil, an evil force, an evil entity, evil entities, and evil designs for us physically and spiritually. And it goes all the way to the very top. The top of that pyramid, there are some archonic forces, some spiritual forces that are really pushing it behind it or rewarding these people who are doing evil. So that's something to think about too. One of the things I've learned is that as somebody who's a Christian is to be willing to listen to other people. There's early Christians, you might have heard of it, and it was demonized, Gnostic Christians. But I just read a beautiful scripture to you guys about God, the creator. They came from them. They didn't come from the 66 books of the Bible. So I'm just saying is to, I'm not saying to abandon your faith. I'm not telling you to be any faith. I'm just telling you, it's pretty a smart idea to listen to other people's points, voices, and not be so narrow-minded and think that those people who pretend to think about your best interest were not really that. They're gatekeepers. They're controllers of your own destiny. They didn't want to control your destiny. They want to keep you in the box that's been designated for you so you'll never expand.
Right.
Okay? And a lot of people will say that, oh my gosh, look what he sounds like. He sounds so apostate, but I'm just being honest about the whole damn thing. At this point, after the endless thousands of hours studying scriptures and everything else, I think I can stand on my own on what I'm saying. And I say, I know God loves each and every one of us, no matter how dark we are and how light we are, no matter where we're on our journey. I also know that there are forces around us that don't want us to thrive. And they use very, there's a certain class of people that they use. Anyways, this thing, before you look at this image here, I want to share this image. This is an image of a shadowy thing that looks like a Bigfoot in the middle of the day.
I saw two faces in that thing.
Oh, there's something more going on. There's two things going on here, and it's very interesting. What you'll think is you have this thing that almost appears like it's some kind of Bigfoot, blah, blah, blurry thing with his big eyes. And these things are dogmen. And the funny thing is they always have this Dr. Strangelove character that likes to hang on its shoulder. And a lot of times they look like they're wearing glasses like me. Sometimes I wonder if they look at me or people like me who are wearing glasses and they project some kind of image. So as a way of making fun. But let's look at this. So we see this really shadowy entity right here. There's some cars or garbage, stuff like that, right? And then let's see if we get the right one here. So let's get what is now, if you look at this right here on EVB, his right shoulder, there's this deer, this Mr. Strangelove with his two glasses and his rim, and you see it, and it's going
Yeah, I
bald there.
see it. What the?
Some people call it,
Wow.
he almost looks like Mr. Penguin. If you look at his body, I've seen this before. I'm telling you, it's a spirit. What's it doing with this thing that people are calling Bigfoot? Now this is all blurry, but you see this is the one
Yeah.
eye, the other eye. This is his nose, his mouth. You see the whiteness of his face, and
Hmm.
of course it's a composite. It's a massing of different spirits to make it look like something.
What the heck?
Now that you see that he's right there, right, and there it
Hmm.
is. What's my point in sharing this? I filmed this in the middle of the day in the middle of my town. My point being is these things are everywhere. I think a lot of people are looking in the wrong places. And I think they're being led into the wrong places and
I
being
think they're more
forced
active
into.
in the woods than the. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Well, this is not in the woods. This is on the edge of at first, I was going to remember there's forests and there's woods, and there's
Oh,
patches
okay.
of woods, and there's things that are called groves, and so and you know a lot of places you'll be absolutely shocked the number of places that are basically suburbia that have this going on. So why is it going on in the middle of suburbia? Houses with a lot of mature trees and you know there'll be some lotted wood and some wooded lots and there might be some wooded parks and stuff like that. But a lot of times it's in fact everything I'm going to show you guys, I didn't have to go, and I'm grateful for like Diesel for him doing that, him being the one that goes in the woods, right? Because we do need people to do that, because when we put the two information, all the different information together, those guys are going in the woods and those are doing it at the edge, those are doing it around the neighborhood. You're going to get a bigger picture, and you're going to realize that these things are everywhere, literally.
Can't escape them.
Can you, well, so what do? Then you got to learn how to live with them and to have develop the defenses necessary, so that when they start trying to traumatize you or terrorize you, you can say no. Create that spiritual ethereal bubble around you and your loved ones so they can't do anything to you, right? There's always going to be here. They're always going to be walking around us. You know, it's funniest thing, you hear this stuff constantly, like, oh, what's the one what's the Skinwalker, what's that one, Ranch, is that what it's called,
Yeah,
this,
Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah.
which is, to me, when you look at the owner of that property and somebody who's a military contractor is stuck with it, you know, to the hip in his military establishment, I would question very much a lot of these stories. And I would just like to say to you guys that you don't need to go follow what these other people do. As interesting as it is in their stories, as tantalizing as those stories are, you don't need to be following them because they're everywhere. You don't need to think you need to go. Although everybody wants a good vacation and have a good, you know, scare once in a while and have the experiences, you don't need to go on the
Looking for
other side.
trouble.
Oh no, you don't have to go the other side of the continent. You don't have to go to the other side of the state. You don't have to go to the other side of your town. You don't. You just need to recognize what's really going on. It's as
The other
simple as
thing, the other thing also, other than Skinwalker Ranch, there's also a place called Stardust Ranch. That is literally hell on earth. There's so many stories I heard about that. It's mind blowing.
the
I
horses being. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, you know, one thing, one valuable information I got from that is when they were talking about the one guy who was doing the DNA research on the supposed alien bodies, and what came back is that there was a lot of plant-like DNA in it. This is very important because I strongly believe these trees, like the microorganisms, don't real much is living under our feet in the soil. Unless you're killing it off with fertilizer, There is just an immense amount of stuff going on under your feet.
Hmm.
I've seen these things manifest out of the ground, not just out of trees, but out of the ground. And I'm not alone in this. This has been reported over and over and over again for generations, but for some reason we just decide not to listen to anybody except what the latest Bigfoot expert has to say about as far and we recognize this. We recognize the absurdity of it and the bad what a bad idea it is to be listening to these experts and their story, because what they're experts at is storytelling. I'm going to tell you right now, I'll bet everything. I'll bet my left junior that you can have your own personal experiences right where you're at. In fact, you probably are having it already. You don't even sense it, realize, or so. And I'm not trying to encourage people to get all. It might sound like it. Might maybe I am in some ways trying to get people to. I'm definitely trying to get people to wake up. I'm trying to get people to realize. Listen, they're everywhere. You're just as capable of having these experiences in your own local park, in your front yard. I've had my own experience in my own backyard. I had experiences in my own house until I learned about call upon Heavenly Father and in the name of Jesus, which I find is fascinating because when you really study stuff, Brandon, you're going to see that there's power in this name Jesus, but this entity is not what they're trying to tell us it is. This is much different. It's much different. And you're like, man, I got snookered from a religion. They told me the wrong thing. I drank the Kool-Aid again. So listen, it's like one of those things. It's not about trying to get people to join any religion. It's about getting people to understand reality.
Absolutely. That's why I listen to the Holy Spirit because. Oh, I got feedback. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's what
And
he says.
That's why I listen to the Holy Spirit because if it wasn't for that, I don't know where I'd be right now. If the Holy Spirit says, "Hey, this is true or that's false," or "Do this, don't that," we're like, "Okay, I'm listening," because that's really where your source comes from.
Well, here's the thing,
And
Brandon. The big important thing is when you're sharing, especially with people who maybe are turned off by that phrase, is to help everybody realize that if we're not, if we all could realize that the religious connotations of what religion is trying to tell us what the Holy Spirit is,
mhm,
you know, uh, all Holy Scriptures talk about the Creator God, the Creator God. Jesus talks about this Creator God. He calls him Holy Father. Holy, holy, holy. What is the Holy Spirit? This is a very important this question. Everybody's, and the Gnostics would say it's Sophia, the feminine side of God. Others would say just plain old Heavenly Father. Either way, it's the same thing. What is holy? It's our Creator.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So,
I do.
and what I'm telling you is, and what I know that everyone else is the same thing. God's within us. Just what you are saying that. I don't know if you realize that. Maybe you don't. God is in you. That's where you say the Holy Spirit's teaching you something, is leading you something. It's true. And by the way, everybody is influenced in some way or level, depending on how much you're willing to let it happen. Everyone. Everyone. It's not just let's don't get into too much religion tonight, okay? Let's just
All
kind of
right.
focus on one thing, and that is God, the Holy Spirit, and that is a universal truth that God's within us. You're the temple. I'm the temple. We're all the temple. And God is with us. It's not some distant, faraway man in a beard. God is with us all. This is good news. And it has nothing to do with religion. So we'll move on with that. So, and this is the whole thing. Here's the thing I got to say this. When we talk about this, we have to talk about the whole picture, the holistic picture. It's not just about a religious point of view. It's the whole picture. And we have this amazing dynamic. This one guy I want to I want to interview. He's got a book, Joshua. Joshua. I'm going to say his last name wrong. But anyways, he's just written a book called The Ecology of Spirits or the Souls or Soul. And he's saying what I've been saying for 6 years. That when we talk about the spiritual realm, it is vastly more, and it's not my original thought. I discovered, as much as my ego and pride wishes otherwise. The spiritual realm is infinitely more diverse and more amazing than anything that's around us in the physical realm. Then there's good and there's bad there too. And what do we do about that? We have a choice. Some people want to gravitate to the evil, some gravitate to the good. We all make a choice. But we're interacting with these things whether we like it or not. The important thing is, and what I think is really important at least, is that we don't turn it's very dangerous to cross the line. When you cross the line and you start interacting with these things and you start, whether intentionally or not, and you start offering up these things, sacrificing these things, and you could be something that's nothing more as giving them Skittles. They're going to take it the wrong way. You have to understand stuff. We're dealing with things that don't think the way you and I think. As much as we like to believe that, and they might be their own people, there might be their own things. They don't think the way we think, and it's dangerous. And we've been told this, by the way, not just by Christians and not just by anybody in the Abraham faith. We've been told this by every block, sector, and culture for thousands of years. Do not cross the line. It's good to know these things. It's good to know that they exist. It doesn't empower you. It's part of the mysteries of the mystery schools. But if you cross the line, you're asking for trouble, especially if you're not prepared for it. And I don't even know how you prepare for that without first waking up to it, the reality of things. And so you say, Brandon, you're a seer.
Mm-hmm. This is what they call me.
Well, if you're seeing spirits and entities, but I don't know if you people can see the spirits and entities in this picture. No, notice they're in the trees. I keep telling
the way it looks like it's laying down. Because I can see what looks like to be a foot.
Well, there's a head.
Okay, there we go.
His forehead. There's a head right. It's blurry, but just notice they're sticking out. Notice how black they are.
Mm-hmm.
The blackness, the darkness. They're in the trees. They live off the life force of the trees.
I see one face up in the close to the right-hand corner. It looks like a gorilla face from where I'm looking.
Right over here?
Yeah, right. Yep, right there. Right where your cursor was at.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on there. And once again, they're boiling and massing up. So here's another thing, too. I filmed this while my son was playing t-ball. And it was the woods on the edge of the playing the field. One thing I discovered, they love not only, and so one side's the railroad tracks, the other side is where they're playing t-ball, and they have these. It's a field with like maybe it's made up of like 4 or 5 fields, right? They love watching kids. You know the best times to film these things. I know this sounds crazy, but go somewhere where they're playing soccer, they're playing baseball or football, and there's an edge of the woods, and you start filming an edge of those woods, and guess what? You're gonna start filming them, literally. Now, this is not just my opinion. This is something that apparently people have known for a long time, but they kind of keep everything in hush hush and a secret because they don't really want to let everyone know about. They don't want to let the cat out of the bag. You know what I'm saying? Because if they let the cat out of the bag, then all of a sudden, people are going to start realizing that we're not telling people even close to the whole truth.
And that's why they hate when you have your own experience. Because as soon as you have your own experience, well, guess what? You got to tell somebody.
Yeah, Diesel says, I always said, if these things kill me, so be it. I know where I'm going when I die. Not worries. Not worries in the slightest. Yeah. I mean, that's part of how Honestly, I think that's part of it. I think part of dealing with these things is overcoming them. Uh, um, and what I mean by that is, and the most important thing is, giving your emotions, your feelings, and to them, because they will then use you and manipulate you. And as you say, Diesel, every one of us is going to pass away from this physical realm. Thank goodness, by the way, because there is something better on the other side. And this place, if we get into more honest in these discussions, will take a lengthy amount of time. It would be more than one show, and it would be a lot of times sounding like Michael Adams preaching to you. But if you just, I don't know if you know, but if you just hear me and say, you know what, I'm just offering up common sense. What I'm going to share with people, most people can say, yeah, it makes like sense. It's nothing special about me. I'm not asking for your money. I'm not asking you to follow me. I want to have a conversation. I want to have a conversation with you, Brandon. I want to have a conversation with everyone.
Hmm.
With Sue from Australia, and from Chicha, and from Sheldon, and from Diesel, and for anybody else who's willing to talk to me. Because when we talk together and we share information with each other and our experiences, we realize we have a greater understanding. And then there's the old saying, overstanding, right? You've probably heard of that, overstanding,
Hmm.
which is, you could take it different ways, and there's different sources where you got that from. But at the end of the day, spiritually, psychologically, there is that case to be made. That
Chica had
having,
a question. I'm sorry, Chica had a question, and she asked, "I have a question. Is it possible to be stand off? I said off fish, whatever that was, like off ish. Okay, that was right, I think. With spirits, I ask because sometimes I think I may see something, but I choose to ignore it.
I think that's a very smart thing to do. I think there's a lot of people who have experience with these and wisdom that you should, for the most part, just realize they're always there and ignore them for most possible. There will be times when you're going to say, well, I now want to want more information. I want more affirmation, understand that you're there. But I would honestly say, this stuff will own you if you let them. They will. Just think of it this way. Um, you have a group of people, and these people are control freaks and they do anything to make you keep on focusing on them and doing their will. It's kind of like a dysfunctional, very bad relationship, right? It's like almost having a relationship with a borderline personality person, right? I mean, they don't love the way we love. They don't understand the way that we do. They may be human beings, and they might be have they're part of God's creation. But at the same token, or not, maybe I think some of these things, Christians do have a valid point, and Brandon brings it up about the Nephilim and there's certain unclean spirits. But not every single one of things is unclean spirits. They're just there. They're there just like the squirrels are, and the rats and the rabbits are, and the butterflies are, and all the other things. And just think of it this way: would you go out of your way to turn a grizzly bear as your pet? Would you encourage a 800-pound grizzly bear to be foraging, eating in your bed and think that nothing negative might happen? I think it's a very bad idea.
I was gonna say that sounds like a very bad idea.
Yeah, and it's the same way too. Let's say there's a whole bunch of field rats or mice on the edge of your property, and you just love them to death, and you want them to interact with them, and you start feeding them, and you start giving them stuff, and the next thing you know, they're all over your yard, and then in your house, and then you gotta get traps, and because if you don't, then they're gonna be in your. Just you have to think of it, and they're not us. They don't see the world the way we do, and they don't think the way we do, and so yeah, I think it's very important to create serious boundaries between you and them. Honestly, Even if you're a guy like Diesel, even more so a guy like Diesel, who's out in the field constantly on a weekly basis. He's not a weekend warrior. He's a dude that spends a lot of time. You got to set boundaries because they will come on. They will come to. If you end up idolizing these things, if you end up obsessing about these things to the point that they own every thought in you, they do own you. First of all, psychologically, and secondly, they will. Certain ones will, not all of them, but certain ones will come home. This is not my opinion. This is experience, just or my experience. This happens over and over and over and over again. We've been told this. Of course, it's repressed, so no one hears it until it's too late. Most times people find out this stuff when it's way too late. But we've been told this over and over and over again, generation after generation after generation after every culture. So I think it's very smart. Listen, I know they're in the trees, my neighbor's trees. I know the theory around me. I know that they're, and why do I know? Because I filmed them and I've sensed them and all that. But you know what? I still got to get on with life. I still got to go grocery shopping. And I still need to do stuff for my son. And I still need to live life. And if I let these things, they will keep me from living life. You know what I mean? When you start feeling the dread and the fear, you need to stand your ground and say, no, go back, go away, go back in the light. If you need to call upon the name of Jesus, then call upon the name of Jesus. Whatever works, but you need to stand your ground because, listen, as much as we want it to be, they are not us. They are not us. We say, you hear all the time, they're peoples. It doesn't mean they're human beings. They're peoples doesn't mean they're human beings. They're not the same creation as us. Now, there are certain ones at times when these entities are human beings, or maybe trapped souls, trolls, trapped spirits, or maybe they're in the astral plane, or maybe they're just, having their out of body experience type of thing, and they will interact with this stuff. They might get caught in it. They might be trapped in it. Believe me, you're not doing yourself a favor or them any favor by obsessing over them. Now you might say, why are we doing this? Because we need to talk about this. Many of us need to break the spell. I need to break the spell. The spell is strong. Have you ever hear this? Sheldon, have you ever had this experience? You ever had the quote-unquote Bigfoot fever or dogman fever or cryptid fever, and which you can't break from it, and all you think about is 24/7?
Oh, I used to have that. That's for dang sure. When I was in my teen years, and this was in the prime days of Animal Planet, they had a show called Lost Tapes, and all they had was like cryptid shows. I'm like, ooh, okay. I stopped it because it was messing with me. This is what got me out of the New Age and doing what I'm doing now. And going, like, according to the Bible, find out what these things really are. And this is what kept me going. But I don't focus on cryptozoology no more because it's messing with me and it messes with my life. And I'm like, I gotta stop because it's hurting me. And yeah, let's just say I learned my lesson pretty good, especially when I saw a gray. I don't want to see one of those gray boogers again. No, I had enough.
Yeah, a lot of people have that. And like me and Diesel, he says that they maintain the forest. Maybe. I know one thing from my interactions with them, what I'm seeing they're doing, that there's an awful lot of dead trees associated with them. So we always got to keep that in mind. And yes, we destroy the forest. Yes, we do. We do not respect this creation. But I'm going to step back from that. No, the people that are in charge, who are the plantation owners and managers of this place, they're the ones that disrespect the forest. Now, there's other people as well who throw like junk in their garbage and everything else. But I don't. I mean, I'm somebody that designed nature trails and wildflower meadows and bogs and planted hundreds and maybe thousands, I don't know, probably hundreds of trees. I mean, I value the forest's edge. You know what I mean? I see the value in having a diverse ecology in nature. So, but I don't believe everyone is Well, you can't just blatantly blame all we humans destroy it because it's not so. I didn't. No one
Right.
ever asked me my opinion on all this. I am not going to take that responsibility. I am not taking the responsibility for all these other people who have disrespected this place. It's not my fault, and I will not take that. It used to be in the oil fields. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another example of how things can run amok and destroy everything, right? Nature has an amazing way to bounce back too. But you know what? I have a hard time believing that anybody in this room right now is going out of their way destroying the forest or even being part of it.
The
I
way I
don't believe.
see it, like if I were to cut down a tree or something like that for wood, I would immediately plant another one in its place. That way, hey, at least it'll still have its stuff. Things will continue to grow, and it'll still be at peace, stuff like that.
Right. And the thing is too, I also say, my interaction with this stuff, and I'm being honest with it, is I've seen these things when they pop out of those trees, whenever they pop out of those trees, or I've seen them manifest out of the tree. Soon after that tree is going to die. Within a
Hmm.
year, it's going to be dead. That's my experience. And then it turns into the next structure, like the one you're seeing behind me, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, we have to be honest about the whole thing. It's really easy. I think it's a really bad idea to take sides in all this. I think it's really important to be objective and be realizing that where we're at and our journey in it. And if we end up taking sides, and we end up getting snookered and
Hmm.
fooled, deceived, and I just but at the same time, I have a lot of respect for Diesel. His work is, if he feels that way, then who knows? Maybe he's right. Maybe we'll find out for certain he's right. Mine is feelings, right? I honestly think it's wrong to blatantly say that all of them are the protectors of the forest any more than it's just as wrong as to say that all of us are destroying the forest, because that's not true either. Most of us don't even have a choice in this gig. There
Hmm.
is such a thing as predeterminism, and there's only limited amount of free will that we have. If I had my free will and I had a choice, things would be much different. One thing, there'd be a lot more controlled burning going on in these parks so that they would flourish. There's an awful lot of dead trees out there. And anybody should know that it'd be people like Diesel. When you look at the number of dead trees in the forest right now, and I do believe that part of it is not just disease, not just insects and invasive insects. I do believe those lines of the sky are contributing to it. I do believe that, and I also believe that they're contributing to it. And I also we're contributing to because they're not managing the forest properly, like the Native Americans did 100 years ago, 200 years ago, when they would have controlled burn to burn off all that dead growth, so the new
Hmm.
growth would come up, and so they would flourish. They would help maintain the timber bison that used to roam around right where I'm sitting right now. You know, this is the truth. But most people don't even realize this. There used to be a native parakeet called the Carolina parakeet, and they were in the millions, and they flocked, and they were from everywhere east of the Mississippi, and they're brilliant plumage, right? This is what these birds. This is how when one was injured or one was shot, all of them that were flocked around that tree, they all go to tend to that parakeet, and they would capture them. They wiped these things out. Did you realize that 3 generations ago, wherever you're probably sitting right now, there was a native parakeet that nobody knows about it anymore? Most people don't know about it unless you bother to study in college a little bit in the history of, we do have parakeets flying around now, but they're not native. And when I was on the railroad, and I remember taking freight train to Chicago. We used to go to Chicago, and there would be all these green parakeets that come from Japan all over the place. But that's another story. The fact of the matter is, when I say that, I need to rephrase it again, because I said we. It wasn't we. It was they. There were certain groups of people that did it. That's one thing. You can't just. It's not reasonable to take the blame for other people's behavior. It's just not. It's not to say, oh, we. I know it was wrong for me to say that. Anyways, saying that, I think what I want to do, and I'd love to have anybody else who wants to join me afterwards. We're going to listen to a little bit from a guy that I have a lot of respect for. So we can go into a little more depth. And hey, Chris, nice drawing there. And I'm more than happy to share Diesel's pictures afterwards if you want me to, bro. And if you don't, I understand as well. What I want to do is listen to more of Joshua Chachin and Timothy Renner. By the way, Tim interviewed me last spring, and unfortunately cut half of it off. But you can hear the whole interview on my YouTube channel if you want. But they have some great content and some great stuff. And this is more expanding upon their the book that they wrote there's a 3-volume book series. And this is about the folklore of Sasquatch, of fairies, of elves, and all that, and how they're all interconnected. And they're going to do probably a better job of sharing it than me. So please listen to it, because you can learn a lot from it, okay? And that way I can take a little break, because I need to, because I've been ranting and raving for how long now? Almost an hour, and almost 2 hours. So anyways, how do we get my avatar? That's what I want.
You hit the camera thing, and I'll close that out, and it'll hit your icon thingamabob. Up.
Let's forget. I know what it is. I need to go to, is it settings? Yes, we'll play this.
Back in October.
Right, yeah, tag team presentation.
Yeah.
And I'm thrilled that Jennifer, who was there at the conference, was
What I
like,
need
yeah, I
is-
thought hearing your interviews
Stop
and having been on the conference, like I kind of knew what to expect from the book, but no, it's awesome. And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Because
So you guys hear this, and can you see it? Just let me know.
are we
Please.
kind of showing our hand a little bit too much here?
Yeah, I wondered about that too, because I've heard so many of your interviews and I've talked to you guys about this a lot, but there is a ton in the book, and it's not just only like what I think we're about like 260 pages, something basically like that. And of course, there are more pages coming when you put out volume 2, but I mean, you guys pack a lot in. There's a lot of material, and
there's a lot without being too encyclopedic too.
When you add in the introduction, it ends up over 320, I think, pages. Actually, something like that.
And for anybody who thinks the way that I do, I think it's like around 100,000 words. So
yes, and copious citations.
That's part of the Joshua Cutchin brand. It's like Tim and I talk more about endnotes than anybody ever should have to in one lifetime.
So, guys, for anybody that doesn't know, let's talk about kind of like the origins of this book, where the footprints end. Like, why did you guys decide to write this book about kind of the supernatural
Can you guys hear this?
aspects of Bigfoot?
I can hear you just fine, Mike.
Really did. There
Thank
was
you.
so much out there that is skirting this. Now, there's, some authors have certainly mentioned it. Some have very explicitly dove into it, like Stan Gordon, for instance, and Al Berry in his 1973 book, which is just called Bigfoot. He did not avoid it at all, the weird stuff. But the vast majority, I think, of what's been written and what's been just put out there in general, as far as Bigfoot media, whether it be TV shows or podcasts or whatever, has been very biased away from this weird stuff, and it's been very, very biased towards this idea that these are flesh and blood creatures. They're only flesh and blood creatures, and there's nothing else. And many of the cases have been what we call weird washed. They've been, if there's weird elements, they've not been reported. They've been taken out and and ignored in favor of the things that make Bigfoot sound just like a big giant monkey.
Right. And you guys call this, we kind of play on this whole thing that we talked about a lot, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, but you guys talk about the flesh and blood hypothesis. FB&H is what you guys call it in the book.
Yes. Also a great name for a bank.
No, FNBH. FNBH.
Yes, very true.
Some people have tried to sort of, because there are different ideas of thought in ufology, and one of the most pervasive is the extraterrestrial hypothesis, the idea that UFOs come from other planets. And in UFO circles, it's very common to just abbreviate that ETH. And people have tried similar things with Bigfoot, but they've always kind of been a little bit tongue-in-cheek. People have talked about like tracks and turds. The tracks and turds, Bigfoot researchers. So that doesn't work because it's it's a little bit. I don't think it's quite dignified enough. And to say nuts and bolts Bigfooters isn't accurate because Bigfoot. I don't think Bigfoot has nuts and bolts. I mean, he probably has nuts, but. So that was sort of my answer, is to do the flesh and blood hypothesis, FNBH. And I think that term probably pops up a little bit more in volume 2. That was sort of the shorthand that we tried to introduce early on, and refer to that as we go along.
It's pretty apt because just like UFOs and aliens, alien abduction, where you have a lot of strangeness, as if a craft from outer space isn't strange enough. You have a great deal of high strangeness. You have a great deal of odd happenings. You have a great deal of things pulled in from encounters like with ghosts and all this type of thing. That happens in those encounters in the UFO world, just in the same way that it happens with Bigfoot. And we're going to get into that. But Tim, I wanted to ask you, because you start off the book with the idea of the company that they keep.
Mm-hmm.
And let's kind of talk about why that's important to kind of understand that.
Well, that he first told me, like when I was talking about all the weird stuff that surrounds Bigfoot, he said, that is a direct quote from Josh. He said, look at the company these things keep, man. And that really got me thinking about it. And in particular, that chapter concerns 8 to 10 square miles in Delta, Pennsylvania, which is in York County where I live. And it's just packed with weirdness. Like just everything from people holding seances to, and they contacted pirate spirits, which told them there was buried treasure in the area, to tales of like haunted mansions that have orbs that glide down the side of the mansion, and leprechauns that supposedly haunt the grounds, and fairy rings around them, to there's a nuclear power plant within the area, UFO sightings, of course, and tons and tons of Bigfoot sightings, like way too many Bigfoot sightings for an 8 square mile area that span over, by the way, like over 100 years. I mean, they go back to the 1880s, the sightings. So all of that strangeness kind of packed into this one little area, and it's hard for me to believe that there's no connection at all. Now, I can't tell you what the connection is, but I can't help but think that there has to be some sort of connection for all this weirdness to appear in the same place. And likewise, going along with that, it's impossible for me to believe that there's a breeding population of ape men in York County, Pennsylvania. So that figures in with this other weirdness.
Right, because you've got way too much human habitation there and not enough woods for them to survive in, and all this kind of stuff.
If you know the difference between like woods and wilderness, like wilderness is pretty much untouched land. In York County, Pennsylvania, there is no wilderness. We don't have any woods. We have plenty of woods, but there's no such thing as kind of like untouched land here. And the idea that there could be a breeding population of giant ape men here is just, I mean, it's laughable, really. It's just absolutely silly. But yet they're seen here all times a year. So if they're nomadic, they're coming through all times a year. Tell me why that is, and throughout time, basically, as far back as I could find, and up until modern day, I'm still getting sightings in the area.
You start off the book with this story, and this is the one that basically like possession by Bigfoot. George Kowalczyk encounter. This is something I guess from the Stan Gordon material.
Stan Gordon was the primary investigator on that. Yeah.
And I mean, this is weird. What happens in this case?
What doesn't happen in this case? I mean,
Very true.
The reason we start off the book with that is because I think we agreed, like, if there's one case to best exemplify all the weirdness that goes with Bigfoot, is probably that one. And it was 1973 in Fayette County, Pennsylvania. And it starts with a UFO sighting, which this UFO is seen in the sky by several witnesses. It lands on a farm. So you have a UFO landing, then you have all these strange sounds associated with it, from buzzing and humming to baby crying. You have bad smells associated with it, like sulfuric smells, or I think burning tires, maybe the guy said as well. There's 2 Bigfoot creatures that are seen. They're shot at multiple times and hit. And the guy said when he shot at it and hit it, didn't react. So that's what we call, shorthand term, bulletproof Bigfoot in the book, because there's so many in of that as well. He said it sounded like firing into a pond or a lake. Just went plop when he shot the bullet into it, didn't react. They had glowing eyes. The investigators were called. Well, the police were called. The police showed up. The policeman said he could read his paper by the light of ring that was left in the field where the UFO craft had either landed or hovered just above the field. So that was still glowing. The investigators arrive. There's a incident with, so the main witness, Kowalczyk, he like growling and running around and screaming, and his own father said he thought he'd been possessed by the Bigfoot creatures. Eventually he kind of passes out, wakes up later and tells everyone he has no memory of this, but he does remember this like Grim Reaper-like figure that had warned him about, the impending doom of the earth, very kind of UFO contactee kind of stuff. While he was in this Bigfoot trance, apparently, this happened. And later on, this witness was visited by these 2 people, may or may not be, like Men in Black types. One was in Air Force Blues, and the other was in a suit, he said, who hypnotized him. And they either outright said or at least suggested that they were with Stan Gordon. And years later, Stan Gordon said, "Hey, I want to hypnotize you." And the guy said, "You already hypnotized me," and told him the story of these 2 people coming about 2 weeks after his sighting that had hypnotized him, and he never saw him again. So there's just this all kinds of weirdness just bound up in this one case.
And what I think you did a really good job of, Tim, is that I have read different accounts of that, and I never feel like there's really a full, accurate account of all the strangeness, plus the stuff that happened afterwards. And the way that you were able to sort of, jigsaw all that together is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I used multiple accounts to try to get like the most complete story I could, because Stan tells most of it in his book, and Al Berry tells a good bit in his book, and I thought that was very important because his book is like very contemporary. I mean, it just happened when Al Berry wrote his book, and so he was, with the information that Al Berry put in his book would have been very fresh at the time, and then some from the Chestnut Ridge movie that Small Town Monsters did.
Yeah, I had a feeling with that case when I was first reading it that it was almost like his mind just snapped because of what he saw. It was just too much for him to handle.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It's he definitely had a personality change, but there's a before and after with him. And again, this is very much like UFO contactee stuff, where he was not interested in the paranormal or anything like it before, and then afterwards he became very, very interested in that, and expressed psi phenomenon and stuff through his life. So the market changed in him before and after this incident. But Stan has tapes of this. He has tapes of him running around and screaming, apparently, and he's very, very protective of them. I was told by people that you will never hear those tapes, Tim. I've been like trying to lean on Stan, hey, you gotta let me have these tapes, let me have these tapes. I've been told by mutual friends who know Stan better than I, that's like, nah, you'll never get those tapes.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a really just interesting case, and it's something that I had never heard before. But also, you talk about the alien contact experience and it being similar. There's also the similarity of near-death experiences too. People.
Let's take a little pause here. Let's look at this and let's talk a little bit about this. First of all, he's talking about the area that he researched and was at, right? And 8 square mile. It's a wooded area, but not a forest. And it doesn't have enough terrain or territory to maintain a giant hominoid type ape man thing, let alone a population of them. Yet they've had multiple sightings. So when I say that they're everywhere, I mean that. I'm not just making this up. And now we're getting credible voices. A voice that's hardly ever heard. It's heard, but it's not heard as much as all the other voices. People who've spent an enormous amount of time researching this stuff and being more honest with the details. So, and remember, there's multiple sightings, encounters of these things that look like Bigfoot in the middle of people's towns and communities, just like me. I'm not making it up. So it's worth really listening to this stuff and really let it sink in a little bit. And I also recommend getting these collection of books, because you will change your perspective and it will keep you out of the two camps. This goes back to this Hegelian dialectic, right? Where there's only 2 camps, the flesh and blood camp and the woo camp. Well, by the way, there's a lot more other camps you could belong to. In fact, you don't even have to belong to a camp. In fact, it's probably wiser not to belong to a camp if you want to know the truth. As if you think that these beings need to eat like human beings would. Being part of the plant, they can probably eat by sitting in the sun. Well, yeah, if they're energetic spiritual beings, Diesel, I wish you'd be able to come up here. Yeah. What's to say? Okay, there's photosynthesis. There's a process inside the trees. The trees are very much act like a battery in their own right. They are like a giant fuel cell. And I've mentioned this, and I bring it up again. Think of these trees as like neurons of this realm that we live in which the branches reach out into the ether, into the sky, and absorb not only photosynthesis, but energy, electricity, electromagnetism, and then also the roots. And the roots go all the way down into the soil and reach and penetrate to the water table. And so there's a positive, negative charge to these trees. They're great conductors of electricity. And, if you guys listen to the last thing I read, or the second to last, on this book, the first chapter, Adventures Beyond the Body, he talks about how when he pops out of his body, he hears what sounds like a gunshot. The shot of a gun. Bam! Think about tree knocks. Bam! And the similarities to it. Now, am I saying they're exactly the same thing? I don't know that, but there seems to be, correlation doesn't mean causation, as they would say, but that doesn't mean they're not the same or something very similar to it. It's a very good idea in my book to look into all the different aspects of this, what we call the paranormal, which I think is even that is become a dirty word in its own right. But anyways, what's the smartest?
Experience the same kind of phenomenon after that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like the transformative experience. So you guys talk a lot about in the book the wilderness Geist phenomenon. And my question is the behaviors that Bigfoot might manifest, and I say Bigfoot in quotation marks, that are kind of similar to a poltergeist. And Josh, you start out with this kind of certain class that the BFRO puts these things in, and how it's Bigfoot is actually never seen in this context.
So I think that the important thing to remember when looking at this is that a lot of the stuff that people report Bigfoot doing, like throwing rocks and like making noises and voices in the forest at night, and having a horrible smell, and making knocks and raps on the trees, with the exception of a wood knock, which I don't think anybody has seen. Have they, Tim? Or I'm sure someone has claimed to have seen it, but it's not something you hear a lot.
I got it. I have to interject to this. Now, notice what he says. Tim says, yeah, I think people have claimed that they've seen it, right? He says, yeah, I think. He had a double think. He had to think twice about it. Because the truth of the matter is, I've never heard anybody ever say they saw Bigfoot whack on a tree. I just never heard anybody definitively say that that's what they said. And if they did, they're one of 1,000 other accounts in which they heard tree knocks, but never saw anything. Let's go back to remember what I said about this whole thing about what happens when you have these out-of-body experiences, and at the times you hear this when your soul disconnects, and there's this bam, pop. Is it the same thing? I can't say for certain, but there certainly is similarities. Notice he's also noted the comparison is it's very much similar behavior as a poltergeist. Overwhelming similarities. So there's something to think about. Don't you know? I mean, and I do have to comment once in a while of these videos, or else copyright issues. And plus, I want to comment anyways. So, but yeah, let's listen to more of this.
Them swinging.
Oh, I got one more thing since anybody's here. It's still late again. The reason why I'm showing. Okay, let's go back to this one more thing since we're here. This is just a demonstration to see how light interacts through the leaves. Now, part of this is an artifact from the camera and all that, but also it's a great demonstration how light interacts through the leaves and through the branches of the trees. And it reminds me of things like dust and orbs and similar shapes and sizes. I'm not saying these are orbs, and they're certainly not dust. But there is an interaction. This goes back to maybe what Diesel was saying with sun and sunlight. And its own influence in this creation is much more than just photosynthesis or growing plants or giving us vitamin D. There's something more going on. And plus, I like the way it looks. So anyways, we'll look at that, okay?
Branches and like them hitting their hands on trees and making a similar sound. It's rare.
But most of these are not only have people seen Bigfoot do them, but they're also, for the most part, primatological attributes, something that primates of all kinds do. So having said that, I thought it was important to reframe some of these Class B reports that the Bigfoot Field Research Organization puts out, which are reports where there's a lot of behavior that seems to suggest the presence of something in the woods, but a Sasquatch is never observed, or just briefly observed. So we're talking about things like people who are out hiking and they see these large footprints and they smell a funny smell and something throws a rock at them, but they never see a tall hairy hominid. And this got me thinking on a line of thought that several other researchers have sort of flirted with in the past, but never really done a deep dive on, which is this idea that all these same things that we attribute to Bigfoot in these reports where Bigfoot isn't seen, these Class B reports, can be completely attributed to poltergeist phenomena. They're the exact same suite of phenomena that you see in poltergeist cases, except they're outside. And I think the reason that nobody's really pursued this, the reason that people hear about a rock being thrown at a hiker and they jump to Bigfoot, is because nobody has really entertained the idea of a poltergeist being outdoors. to my knowledge, there really isn't a real precedent for that in any literature. So it got me wondering, how many of these cases, how much of this behavior that people will say, oh, I had X happen to me in the woods and it must have been Bigfoot, how much of that could possibly be attributed to something like a wilderness poltergeist, a wildernessgeist, as it were. So it's more a thought experiment. I've talked with I talked with Greg Bishop about this. Like, if you go through this book and you expect us to come to some sort of conclusion about what Bigfoot is, that's the wrong way to read it. They're sort of separate, discrete essays playing with different things. I mean, basically, what Bigfoot is, but there are a lot of different traditions that speak to behaviors that we attribute to Bigfoot now. So there's a lot of contradictory things between chapters. This particular chapter is playing with the idea that some Bigfoot behavior might be attributed to what is essentially a wilderness poltergeist. Now, whether that means a discarnate spirit that lives in the woods, or that means something along the lines of a traditional poltergeist, which is, psi activity that's manifesting around a focal person, I'm not sure. And I play with some different hypotheses in that regard. But pretty much everything involved in poltergeist activity has a precedent in Bigfoot activity, with the exception of perhaps, starting fires. But you look at descriptions of how, poltergeist voices sound, and there's a great Colin Wilson quote that I can't remember off the top of my head, but he talks about how, in poltergeist cases, the voices start out as these animalistic grunts and this nonsensical jabber, which is exactly what people describe when they think they hear Bigfoot in the woods talking sometimes.
Kind of like the Sierra sounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Colin Wilson quote, well, I'll just look for it here. It sounds like it could be describing the Sierra sounds. They do not sound like ordinary human voices, at least not to begin with. They begin in a guttural voice that sounds as if it were made up from grunts and groans. That's in poltergeist cases. And it sounds just like what we are familiar with Barry and Moorhead Sierra sounds, which, if anybody is unfamiliar, they're very easy to find on the internet. Probably the most authentic, or definitely the most cited recordings of Bigfoot talking in this, what's described as this sort of really guttural samurai chatter. Sort of sounds nonsensical. But you look at the thrown stone phenomena. There are people who have these stones thrown at them and they pick them up and they're warm to the touch. Now, the cryptozoologist who's in favor of it being a flesh and blood Bigfoot says, oh, the Bigfoot was holding it in its hand and it warmed the stone. But stones that are warm, that apport out of nowhere, or stones that just show up in the middle of a room and drop to the floor in poltergeist cases, are almost universally described as being warm to the touch as well. And then you look at something that sort of goes underreported is the appearance of things that look like Bigfoot in seances, which, between a poltergeist infestation and seances, those are your two real focal points for where these poltergeists tend to manifest. So if it didn't manifest on its own around a young person who's probably going through puberty, it would manifest with a medium and a seance. And there are plenty of examples of mediums who manifest these Neanderthal-looking men, or these half-gorilla ape men, or these really very hairy hands, all sorts of things like that. So to me, that makes me wonder if there isn't some sort of shared DNA between the poltergeist experience and the Bigfoot experience. So hence, Wildernessgeist was born.
Right. Yeah, it's very similar to each other. Like the idea that you guys have said many, many times, that if it's inside a house, it's a poltergeist. If it's in the woods, or it's outside, then it must be Bigfoot. Just that's the general reasoning, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
These phenomena, and this really got driven home to me in a big way, but all these phenomena, all paranormal phenomena, are both setting and culture dependent. As you'll read some stuff from some cultures that describe witches or hairy ghosts, that to us today we're like, no, that was a Bigfoot, but that's just they're viewing it through a specific cultural lens. And like you said, just what our good friend Soraya said oftentimes, is that a light in an abandoned house is a ghost, a light in the sky is a UFO, and a light in the woods is a fairy, or some sort of maybe it's a Bigfoot or Bigfoot's glowing eyes, something like that. But it's always, you can have these things that honestly a lot of times look and behave almost identically, but because they appear in different areas, we tend to sort of reframe the way that we interpret them.
Right. It's
You guys
something.
really take a dive into folklore to explore the relationships and similarities to these other phenomena, because folklore is like the record of all these same types of happenings for however long.
Well, I'm a fan of making this comparison, not because Greg Bishop has slapped my hand for saying this numerous times, and that's not my intent. I'm not trying to compare it in quality, but in terms of like the subject matter and what the book is trying to do, is it's trying to do what Greg Newkirk says in the back cover, which is it's trying to be Passport to Magonia for Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Jacques Vallée wrote that book in the 60s, and it really made a lot of people pay attention to these older folkloric parallels that really resonated with the UFO phenomena. And, cryptozoology has been so obsessed with the idea that this is a flesh and blood creature that they haven't even really bothered to look at traditions that seem completely unrelated. They haven't looked at, the Western magical tradition. They haven't really looked at, like I said, witches, ghosts, they haven't really sort of tried to make this cross disciplinary interpretation. So I'm not saying that this book is as good as Passport to Magonia. by no stretch of the imagination, but that's kind of the mindset that I think might help people wrap their minds around what the book is about.
Yeah, understanding the importance of folklore, and that a lot of different cultures have got these hairy wild men, or these other characters, these other beings that are very similar. It's saying that like Bigfoot doesn't just come out of a vacuum. It just doesn't come from. It doesn't come from out there, and it doesn't just start in like the 1950s or whenever people started seeing it in the United States.
That's my least favorite thing is when you read like a snarky skeptical Bigfoot article and they're like, Jerry Crew back in 19. It's like, no, come on. This goes back way farther than that. It goes back farther than that, and it's a lot more. From that Tim's been banging for a while is that Bigfoot is essentially an Americanization of the wild man archetype that we've been dealing with. That Westerners have been dealing with way before we ever came over to America.
Right, exactly. Let's get in. I want to get into this about since we're on the subject of folklore and other kind of beings. Let's get into the fairy encounters and how those are similar to Bigfoot encounters.
Well, I think it was Patrick Harper that said that he's just sort of taken to interpreting Bigfoot as a big hairy fairy.
Big hairy
there
fairy.
are a couple of encounters that you'll find laced throughout the book that have these different aspects. I think it's interesting that people think that they can communicate with Bigfoot through knocks. That was typically a way to summon an opening to fairyland, or a means of communicating with fairies as well. You have this association with not only underground spaces. Fairyland was underground. There's an association with Bigfoot hanging around abandoned mines and caverns, but also this sort of vague, loose association with buried treasure and Bigfoot. Buried treasure and fairies, very well known association. Anybody can just think of leprechauns, but if you look at something like buried treasure and Bigfoot, there are a couple of instances of Bigfoot hanging around and Bigfoot being seen in these state parks that supposedly had treasure buried by, Billy the Kid or something like that. Or, Oak Island has a pretty interesting sleep paralysis Bigfoot story attached to it too. And there's probably no more famous, buried treasure in paranormal circles than the Oak Island treasure. So you've got these sort of peripheral things. A lot of people will say that, fairies are supposed to be small. Well, yeah, but fairies were also inveterate shapeshifters, and there are plenty of cases of shapeshifting Bigfoot. Bigfoot maps on pretty accurately to what Scandinavians would call a troll. There's a great story that I have seen. It was actually also written about, but he whitewashes the hell out of this story. It's actually the story that I open the fairies chapter with. It's this 1850s account from Oregon about a boy who was abducted by this tall, 12 to 15 foot tall, hairy man with eyes of fire, who takes him underground to the subterranean layer that's lit up by this indirect light with this domed ceiling that's made out of this, it's this dome ceiling that's made out of seashells, every size and shape and color. And he hears this disembodied music, and there's a girl who comes up, this beautiful girl who comes up and places, this note in his hand and says, you've got to get out of here, or you're going to be trapped here forever, like me, and possibly be devoured. And he escapes. Now you take out the Bigfoot, and that's a fairy story. Like, you can find things that are almost identical in the work of Yeats or Crofton Croker or Evans Wentz. I mean, like, this is this is a pretty clear fairy story, but it's got this Bigfoot creature appended onto it.
Right, because you've got the girl there. They're underground. Like, where does she come from? Where does she even come from?
Well, so in fairy stories, that would typically be described as, if not just a general person, it would usually be like a deceased neighbor or relative who had either died or disappeared, who would come to you and say, "This is what happened to me. You've got to get out of here. And don't eat the food. Leave right now as soon as you can." That sort of thing.
Right, and there's also, you also mentioned in that chapter, we've talked about this, Mark Anthony Wyatt, not too long ago, about the knockers, like in the mines, and that being underground. And also being the concept of making knocks on objects like Bigfoot does. Talk about the kobolds. I think that's another thing that's underground, if I'm not mistaken.
The one that really blew my mind when I was looking at this, because if anybody doesn't know, and this is a line that I usually say in every interview when I talk about fairies, fairies weren't just fairies. They were elves, dwarves, leprechauns, trolls, ogres, giants, mermaids. They all sort of fall under the fairy umbrella, the fairy family, as it were. You can even find people saying that things like basilisks were a type of fairy creature. I don't necessarily go that far. For me, fairies have to be humanoid and have to exhibit some sort of aspect of child snatching or living underground. But mermaids, there's a lot of weird similarities between mermaids and
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Yeah.
Not only does Bigfoot appear mostly in areas that have strong amounts of rainfall. You can pretty much map those two. Put those two maps overlaid on one another. But there are plenty of accounts of Bigfoot jumping in the water and swimming for vast distances underwater, kicking its feet up and down like mammalian aquatic locomotion tends to happen. Or like, if you think of a mermaid flapping its feet up and down. People who see Bigfoot miles offshore. And of course, the skeptical thing is, oh, you saw some driftwood, but there are plenty of, it's kind of a known thing in the Pacific Northwest that Bigfoot really likes to swim around and go underwater. There have been people who have been grabbed by hairy arms underneath the water. It's all really kind of wild. If you look at this and you say, well, how does this make any sense?
So I want to interject here a little bit. First of all, what you're looking at is light artifact. There's like a spot on my lens that is interacting with what I'm attempting, which is supposed to be a star, or planet. But fine, interesting. Anyways, I love playing around with my camera and finding anomalies and stuff like that, because it helps you to distinguish between what is an entity or a spirit, and that which is light refraction. There's a great example earlier with the light refraction going through the leaves and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Yes, I know that both have had firsthand experiences seeing things that look like Bigfoot and poltergeist and etc. So, Tim ran out just as I have. So. And I know it's upsetting for a lot of people to hear what they're saying, but those who really want to know, have a greater understanding of what's going on, I think it's very wise to listen to what these guys have to say. I really do. I think it really opens your horizons of what you're dealing with, and it puts the kibosh on the disinformation that's going on with a lot of the Bigfoot community. Yeah, we're dealing with something that's kind of like woodland type poltergeist spirits. Let's think about this for a second. The number of times that people hear footsteps, hear crashing, hear noises, and all that kind of stuff, parallel walking and all that. And there's no signs of any big thing except for the noises. Yeah, they can do this stuff. The throwing of stuff, the banging of stuff, the banging inside the houses and all that. This is similar stuff that happened in poltergeist, infestations of houses and possessions. And so instead of being afraid of this and being upset about it, embrace it and say, yeah, this thing is much more dynamic, much more interesting than simply a hairy ape man that no one can capture or kill or anything. So we hear stories of it, right? But we don't hear anything else in that. And so, but we hear a ton of stories that correlate and can have strong connections with quote unquote Bigfoot activity and poltergeist activity. I think it's very much worth listening. In fact, the funny thing is that many very experienced researchers have been doing it for years and years and years and years, decades, all come to the same conclusion. It's not just a personal opinion. It is worth listening to. So, anyways.
Some European traditions actually placed wild men and wild women as living in the water. To the extent that there's a 13th century German epic called Wigmar that has a wild woman who lives under the ocean who is called the Wildesdip, which sounds like will-o'-the-wisp, which it ties back to the lights and such. There are also in indigenous cultures here some people who say that Bigfoot analogs like the SASQUATCH, who is I believe a quadrupedal analog for Bigfoot, lives in a palace on the bottom of the ocean. So there are a lot of these really strange things that suggest this aquatic affinity for Bigfoot.
Right. There's another hidden place like underground.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't get me started on like a Patrick Harper sort of interpretation of this about the shadow and the subconscious about being submerged underground. But yeah, you're exactly right. It's all about being subsumed by waking existence. So there's a lot to unpack there, and that's not even getting into the similarities, because I find it so hard to separate fairies and aliens nowadays. Like they completely blur together.
Right.
And I can make a pretty damn compelling argument if anybody wants to fight me on that. So this isn't even getting to that sort of the center of the Venn diagram that is fairies and extraterrestrials and Bigfoot encounters. In all three, you have livestock mutilation, you have theft of milk, you have basically child abduction. Even some changelings were attributed to wild men in Europe. Missing time happens in Bigfoot accounts. Nobody really likes to talk about it, but there are some pretty prominent people that have had missing time. This motif that I don't think gets nearly enough attention is this idea of the unrousable sleeper. The idea that you hear these stories about people who are abducted, they look over and see their spouse, and their spouse is just laying there, and they're beating on their spouse, and they can't get them to come up. That happens so often in Bigfoot encounters too. And it's also, something, fairies were often attributed power of sleep over human beings. It's probably where we got the character of the Sandman is probably an evolution of fairy lore as well.
There's also the phenomenon of people seeing Bigfoot or a fairy or an alien or whatever the hell they are, and falling asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Going right back asleep. And that's something that's come up again and again on this show. I know on Tim's show, your material.
Talk too long, so Tim needs to say something. Ask Tim a question.
I was going to say, Josh, you mentioned earlier Knox as a kind of summoning, and Tim, you talk a lot about this ritualistic behavior that people exhibit towards Bigfoot in this chapter on gifting. I thought that's some of the most interesting stuff to me.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't see how you can look at gifting to Bigfoot separate from the folklore gifting to fairies or to these other creatures at all at this point. But one of my favorite examples is some of the most strident kind of flesh and blood Bigfoot folks will often talk about planting a Bigfoot garden. And they'll say, you have your own garden, and you don't want Bigfoot to come in and raid your garden, so you plant a special Bigfoot garden that's maybe closer to the trees. And Bigfoot will recognize this as a garden that you planted for him, and he'll leave your garden alone. And Bigfoot will just take from that garden. There is nothing in the natural world that acts like that. And any animals are caloric opportunists. Any natural animal is going to look at that and go, "Oh, now I have two places to eat. Great," you know. So it's this idea of building this dedicated garden just to Bigfoot, and they just do not see it as anything special at all. But I see it as complete intention. You have now, you know, expressed intention as regards to the phenomena. You've built a special place for Bigfoot. And that's why the Bigfoot is going to that garden, because that's the dedicated Bigfoot garden that you've made. That's your dedicated, you know, kind of altar you've made to Bigfoot. And, you know, so that to me is like one of the plainest examples and one of the funniest, because, you know, they just say, well, yeah, Bigfoot just knows that's his garden. Like, how would a Bigfoot know?
Well, there's also the fact that, like, if you don't give these offerings to quote unquote Bigfoot, he gets kind of mad.
Well, if you start and stop, that's what they say.
Yeah.
And again, the flesh and blood people say that Bigfoot has now grown dependent on the food that you're offering him. And I mentioned in the book, unless you're leaving wheelbarrows of food, you're not making a dent in the caloric needs of something that big. And if we're talking about a natural animal that's 8 foot plus and probably 1,000 pounds,
right,
it's going to have to eat constantly, and a couple candy bars are not going to make a dent in that thing's caloric needs. So if they disappear, they disappear. But what we're talking about, you know, is an offering. And if you cease to make offerings to spirits, you're in trouble if you start and stop. That's bad news. That's all over folklore. You don't start leaving stuff for spirits and then stop, because then they get mad. Then bad stuff happens. And this is consistent with people saying that, you know, oh, I was feeding Bigfoot, and then I got drafted in the army and stopped, and then, you know, my parents had to deal with a crazy Bigfoot on the property who was, you know, beating on their house and climbing on their roof and so forth. You know, it's the flesh and blood folks say, well, it was used to those calories. You know, no, it's very, very consistent with
he's hungry.
Yeah, it's very consistent with folkloric spirit offerings of food, you know, which is all over the place in folklore. I mean, the simplest one to point to is Santa Claus with even milk and cookies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's a story that you do relate in the book where a guy gets out to where he has been leaving.
You're welcome. Thank
these
you
offerings
for joining
essentially
me on my birthday.
to Bigfoot, right? And he's been leaving them there, but he forgot his wallet, so he couldn't go buy whatever it was that he was buying for these creatures. And then something really odd happens to him.
Well, first they go
it's just
nuts.
like physically impossible.
First they go nuts, and like as he's in the woods, you know, he was leaving the offerings in a cooler each time, and he said this time he didn't have anything, so he went and he set up the cooler like he would put the food in the cooler and then leave. This time he just set the cooler back up, food in, and then he says, like, suddenly the woods go crazy, sounds like, you know, monkeys screaming. Things start getting thrown. I think he said pine cones are getting thrown at him from every direction. So there's your little wilderness geist activity there. He got screamed at with such force that I think he said it, you know, kind of knocked him to the ground. I think he wet his pants. But anyway, he goes home 50 miles away on the two different highways, goes home that night and goes to bed and is woken up by things slapping the side of his house, which he attributed to Bigfoot. And the host of the podcast that this story appeared on was more of a flesh and blood type guy, and he says he posits these theories. First, he says that it was these different Bigfoot clans that were kind of whispering down the lane to each other, so that until the information got to the Bigfoot in his area to go harass him. Yeah, exactly. And then he said, well, maybe he peed on your bumper, and that's they were able to track you that way.
He propped his leg up on the bumper, just went to town.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the flesh and blood folks. They, in order to make this weirdness work in their world, where this is a natural creature, they have to build these Rube Goldberg devices like this, where they're like, well, it must have been different tribes of Bigfoot, and they were whispering to each other, hey, go get this guy, until it got to the Bigfoot in his area. It's, like the tiptoeing through the tracks thing, where they, the tracks end, and they say, well, they turned around and walked in their own tracks. It's like, no, like there's no evidence of that. You just, the tracks would be messed up if that happened. These aren't messed up tracks. In some cases, they're extremely clear tracks, almost to a fault. Yeah, they just build these like I call them verbal Rube Goldberg devices. Like, well, the Bigfoot must have done this, and this, in order to reason it as some kind of natural thing that happened, rather than just stop and say, oh, this is really weird. I don't know how this happened. Which is one thing I'd like to point out that we do with this book. We, at no point in this book or in Volume 2 will you ever hear us say Bigfoot is an interdimensional creature. Bigfoot is a quantum creature. Bigfoot is an alien. We don't say that. We're very agnostic. All we're doing is laying out example after example after example of the weird stuff associated with the Bigfoot phenomenon. And in Volume 1, we're comparing it to folklore. I did want to mention Volume 2 is a lot less folklore heavy than Volume 1.
Volume 2 is where you find more of the stuff like disappearing trackways and whatnot. I think I have a list of Volume 2 topics, but here we go. Yeah, so Volume 2 is going to cover. Well, maybe I should talk about what Volume 1 covers first before I talk about Volume 2. So the chapters for Volume 1 are the company they keep, villainous guised fairies, aliens, gifting, witches, ghosts, and women in white, and basically looking at how Bigfoot intersects with all those. Volume 2 is on, the chapters are on the mystery lights, odd vocalizations and mimicry, altered states of consciousness in Bigfoot, which I don't think anybody has really talked about ever, hex signs, oddly numbered toes, disappearing trackways or odd trackways, because there are plenty of weird trackways where it's like just one left foot the entire way, or the trackway stops, like we mentioned, all sorts of weird anomalies. Disappearing evidence, an analysis of Bigfoot through the lens of George P. Hansen's trickster work, and then 2 case studies, which I don't think we've announced, but we might hold this close to our chest, but 2 case studies of some people who have had some really strange Bigfoot activity piling up on.
So Volume 2 will be kind of more this straight up, this is the supernatural aspects that correspond to all the folklore that you guys have talked about in Volume 1.
Yeah, the rough division is folklore Volume 1, evidence Volume 2, which isn't quite accurate because there's plenty of evidence in Volume 1, there's going to be plenty of folklore in Volume 2, but that's just sort of the rough way that we decided to break apart. It should be, we've obviously staggered releases so people can wrap their heads around it. This started out as one big book, and they really do go hand in hand. You're going to find references to Volume 2 and Volume 1 and vice versa. It's sort of all meant to be consumed all at once.
So Tim, you were talking about this guy in the last case was leaving stuff in a cooler.
Yeah.
Would that be a Yeti cooler?
Oh, dude, come home.
I'm probably gonna edit that out. Sorry, guys.
No, you got to keep that in now. You said it. You got to keep that in.
All dad jokes must remain.
Dad, yeah. Dr. Future gets on here and tells a lot of dad jokes, so they have to remain. Back to some of the fairy aspects, because I definitely do want to talk about the women in white. I want to talk about the witch connections. I want to talk about, but I want to hit the berry picking aspects with both fairy lore and now I guess you could call it Bigfoot lore. How berry picking, people doing berry picking will encounter these beings. And then also there's another intersection with the braiding of the horses' manes.
Yeah, so berry picking is one of those things that a lot of missing 411 fans will read it and they scratch their heads and go, "What's up? What's up with all the berry picking?" I guess that's Seinfeld reading missing 411. But
Why do people even pick berries?
I know. You go to the supermarket. Yeah. But that is something that has been noticed, is the proximity for berry picking. And if you look at fairy lore, especially from Ireland, but also imported into wherever you had Irish settlers settling in the New World, you would find warnings against going berry picking. It was like one of the most dangerous things you could do was go berry picking, because fairies hung around berry bushes. It was just sort of an accepted fact of life. And there's an entire chapter in not one of my books, but one of the books that I own, that's just dedicated to instances of children who went berry picking and had fairy encounters in Newfoundland. So this is definitely something that's ingrained in the part of the culture. But you'll find, in addition to this missing 411 thing, in addition to the fact that fairies like to hang around berry bushes, you'll find a strong correlation in the New World with Bigfoot and berry bushes. David Paulides, before he was on the missing 411 track, he was a very sort of grounded Bigfoot researcher, and he was saying that one of the best places to run into Bigfoot was around berry bushes. Now, of course, if Bigfoot's a flesh and blood creature, these represent a good source of calories, but you'd find I think some tribes along the West Coast would describe hairy ogresses that used to hang around huckleberry bushes, and they would steal you if you got too close to the huckleberry bushes. And similarly, people, like I said, to this day, will see Bigfoot and Littlefoot, which is a little Bigfoot. A lot of Bigfoot people say it's a juvenile Bigfoot. I point out that a lot of entities in fairy folklore correspond strongly to this Littlefoot entity. But anyway, you'll see Bigfoot and Littlefoot around these berry bushes as well. So it's definitely something that's there's something there. I don't know what it means, but there's something there. But the other thing that is really interesting to me is tangled horses' manes. Now, I personally, even though I believe that there's an objective reality to things like Bigfoot and fairies and UFOs, I think that there's something objectively real and non-human going on there. I think that the tangled manes are, for the most part, people who don't, the manes of horses whose owners don't brush them before they, put them in the stables.
Sure.
Having said that, there is a strong tradition in the old world that if you woke up and went up to get your horses and their manes were braided, what I described as braided. These were sort of like makeshift stirrups for the fairies to ride the horses' necks, or sometimes in other traditions, these were for witches. Witches would deliberately braid the manes at night.
Witch knots. They're like
yeah.
Still today, I believe. They're called witch knots.
Now, some people claim that they have found very elaborate braids, and they're large hairy hominids interacting with horses, and in a handful of cases, actually, yes, braiding the horses' manes. But having said that, from just a purely interpretive cultural level, this belief that these other entities are the ones responsible for tangling horses' manes has completely trickled down to become its own trope in Bigfoot lore. So now, whereas you'd have someone in 18th century Devon saying that oh, the fairies came and braided our horses' manes, nowadays you'll have George from the West Mifflin Bigfoot Hunters group saying that there's a property a couple of miles down the road that has horses that all their manes are braided. Must be Bigfoot.
Yeah, I always prefer Jim Bear King's explanation as to why the horses' manes were braided.
Oh God, is this that story?
Strange familiar people have banned me from talking about this anymore, by the way. They said it's too disturbing.
Well, good. It's been a while since we had him on the show, but his explanation, and I heard him on another show, and I specifically got him on here, I think it's paranormal, just so he could tell the story, was that Bigfoot is having relations with the female horses, and you've got one Bigfoot on the back end and one Bigfoot on the front end. And he said that he had like, well, one to hold the mane, right? So then the mane gets twisted. That's how it happens.
Yeah, the Bigfoot winds their fingers into the mane. And
That's
pulls,
why Mr. Ed learned how to speak, is so he can say,
Oh no, Will,
pulls down on the horse's head.
Baby snow. Yeah.
And he said that he had a witness that saw this. And I've always imagined what it must have been like to be that guy. Like,
My
to walk
question
out.
is, there's a lot of detail involved in that. There's a lot of detail involved in that account. So someone had to sit there and
There's
watch.
a
more like
little,
fantasy.
there's a little too much.
Yeah. Somebody watched for a long, like, saying this is true. Someone watched for a long time instead of going to like rescue the horse or I don't know. There seems to be plenty of options other than just sitting there and enjoying some horse rape by the Bigfoot. It's so disturbing.
Tim, I think we might have found some Patreon content for a Conspiranormal. We need to do a dramatic reading of that Mary Green Bigfoot book where she describes Bigfoot's number.
There is hours of me and Clint going off on those two accounts, basically, that have never seen the light of day because I can't publish them. They're just too raw.
Yeah. There was something about purple urine or something. Wasn't there something like that?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll save it for the patrons.
Okay, we'll save it for the patrons. Don't get something really special to the patrons on this one.
Oh, this is devolving. We got to get back on track real quick.
Yeah. Well, so
We have to edit some of
so
that.
we mentioned about the aliens, and we talked about how that they are seen, but there's also the phenomenon, and we mentioned that in the first case, especially in Stan Gordon's material. This is all over the place. That Bigfoot is often seen in conjunction with UFOs or flying saucers. Bigfoot is often seen with either anomalous lights or structured craft.
Yeah, that was sort of a sticky thing to try to separate out because I'm not always convinced that what we call the extraterrestrial contact experience is necessarily shouldn't be as tethered to UFOs as it is. Obviously, it appears in some accounts, but there are plenty of accounts where people are taken aboard some other space without ever seeing, a structured craft. They might see lights in the sky, but in terms of like an actual, what we would call, flying saucer or something. So trying to figure out how to address that, because not only is that sort of problematic, but sometimes a UFO might change into a light, and a light might change into a UFO. So my chapter on extraterrestrials was more about the contact experience. Obviously, you can't talk about that without talking about UFOs and flying saucers. But for the most part, I think that our Strange Lights chapter that Tim tackled is going to be the main place for that to show up in Volume 2. The actual Bigfoot seeing outside structured craft. In this book, it's about Bigfoot seeing. The next one's Bigfoot seeing outside structured craft. It was just the arbitrary way that we had to try to wrap our arms around this giant data set.
Yeah, it may or may not be 2 chapters in Volume 2. I'm kind of punching it up now and getting it ready. It may be, it's basically mystery lights, all the orbs and all the other lights associated with Bigfoot, and then it's Bigfoot seen in conjunction with UFOs. And again, Josh tackles Bigfoot seen inside of UFOs in his chapter. So that's basically how we broke it up, and then so the majority of the light phenomenon stuff is going to be tackled in Volume 2.
Right, and
but of course it's mentioned all over Volume 1 too. It's so hard to like separate this stuff. It's so intertwined.
Right, but there's also the association of Bigfoot with anomalous lights too. That's very much a part of it. And Tim, you've seen some stuff that is very similar to a lot of what people have seen that have gone to places that have said that Bigfoot is there, and you've ended up seeing lights.
Oh yeah. A couple different places. And I've been with I've been with people, where we're looking at the same lights, and the guy I'm with is saying, well, that's Bigfoot's eyes. And I'm saying, I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's just a weird light. And he's, insisting it's Bigfoot's eyes. So I go back and forth. Mostly I land on weird light. I don't know what it is, but then I'll talk to the guy I witnessed come on my show, Jeremy from Texas, and he saw, pretty much described exactly what I saw as far as the lights at Site 7, except that he saw them in the silhouette of a creature. So he's, to him, 100% sure, these are Bigfoot eye glow. And it's a weird thing to talk about, eye glow. This is not eye shine. And Jeremy, in fact, saw the lights change color in the silhouette of the creature. So he saw a big, black silhouette with self-illuminating eyes that changed color. So that is not eye shine. That's some kind of weird eye glow. And, he's a great witness, 100% sure what he saw. And again, whatever he described sounds exactly like the lights I'm seeing at that place we call Site 7. Now, whether it's the same thing or not, I don't know. But it certainly sounds like that. But, I go back and forth as to what they are. Certainly we can say weird lights tend to show up in the same place that people say they see Bigfoot. We can say that much.
Right. It's the anomalous lights in Bigfoot.
And speaking to Tim, having seen these lights himself, part of the reason that I think that this works really well is because, I have a real deficit in my own research in terms of field work, just for various different reasons. I haven't really had a good place, or more specifically, I hadn't really had a good partner to go out with, because I think doing this alone is kind of ill-advised, going out to strange places. But anyway, I was actually, ironically enough, before the lockdown, I actually was going to get together with Jerry Ablin to go to some places that we decided we'll still do that at some point. Anyway, I think that
you and Jerry going out squash hunting is pretty scary, man. You guys be careful.
I know, right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, if I don't show up and Jerry does, it's up. But I think that's part of the reason that this book works really well is because Tim really does compensate for some of my own failings, and the fact that he invited me to be a part of this is very humbling, and I appreciate it to no end.
What about hairy extraterrestrials?
Well, it's interesting because some of these things that people were seeing around the mid-century in France, and especially to this day in South America, are described in such a way that sound like these Littlefoot creatures that I talk about, these tiny little Bigfoots, short, hairy dwarves, which correspond to a lot of ancient and modern fairy sightings. I mean, people talk about brownies as if they're some sort of little person, and you can find some evidence for that. But brownies were really goblins, that sort of tradition, which almost exclusively presents these creatures as small, hair covered, and having a simian appearance. Oftentimes, they're really compared directly to monkeys. So you do have those sort of hairy extraterrestrials being like one of the most prominent sort of visitors that you see in these craft. We tend in America to think that people are still just seeing alien grays, but people see all manner of things, including hairy dwarves, and that's something that I talk about a little bit in the book.
Doesn't Strieber talk about hairy dwarves being a part of his contact experience?
I'm not sure he talked about dwarves. He definitely talked about things that he still calls the kobolds, which you had addressed earlier, which weren't necessarily explicitly hairy. They were just sort of little short blue critters. But I'm open to being wrong. I haven't an exhaustive recall of all of what these Evreywhere.
Yeah, he had some he had the grays, and then he also had some little dwarf creatures. I can't remember if they were hairy or what they were. That's in Communion. I haven't read the rest of the material, but I do know that he does talk about that, and that's actually depicted in the film version of Communion.
Yeah, I don't know if they were hairy. I don't know if they were hairy in that sort of hair covered sense, but I'm can totally be wrong.
Yeah.
Something I thought was interesting was where you're exploring the relationship between lore of witches, witchcraft, and ghosts also. But this idea that where ghosts kind of in a physical appearance meet the Bigfoot phenomenon would be in there's a subsection of the chapter on witches that you call Goetia squatches.
Yeah, yeah.
That really stood out to me. I think it's really cool.
Well, the big problem with I mean, so one of the best things that cryptozoology has going for it in terms of the possibility of Bigfoot being relic hominid is that there are things in the fossil record that, at least superficially, represent what we would describe as Bigfoot today if we saw them. Probably, maybe, perhaps. It's conceivable, right? But you get to people that are talking about something like Dogman, and there ain't no way that anything that looks like that has any sort of precedent in the fossil record, nor is there any precedent for things like Goatman or Sheep Squatch, like some people call it.
Mm-hmm.
And there sure as hell isn't any sort of precedent for something like Bat Squatch, which is a Bigfoot with bat wings.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, I can say it's ridiculous and also not think that everybody's necessarily lying about that. I mean, I'm sure there are some people who are just, kind of going crazy. No, I'm just like, sort of joshing people and pulling the legs. But it occurred to me, and this is sort of an idea that Gordon White hit me to, you can kind of look at a lot of different cryptids as things that have some sort of vague precedent in the Goetia, in these sort of grimoires, these different books that teach you how to summon different spirits, and there are some rough correlations to things like Dogman. Obviously, Sheep Squatch sounds just like Baphomet, which wasn't technically a Goetic entity, I don't think, but still, the Sheep Squatch definitely ties into that sort of tradition of satyrs and fawns and how that got co-opted into our modern associations of the Sabbatic goat with Satan. But also, there's if you squeak your head and tilt, you can look at some descriptions of Beelzebub that sound like Bat Squatch, like these big buttery wings and just covered in hair. So it kind of makes me wonder, especially when you look at sort of the work that Tim does in his chapter on gifting that you've already addressed about how there's a ritual involved with some of these giftings, and also Tim's work in volume 2 about hex signs. It seems to me like maybe what we're looking at is not some sort of like traditional Lesser Key of Solomon style parade of spirits. I mean, and you look at the way that Bigfoot behaves. A lot of these Bigfoot encounters sound a lot like the way that people who are magical practitioners will tell you that spirits tend to manifest. They respond to invocations, vocalizations and knocking on trees. They're more likely to manifest in areas of lesser, human habitation. They show their presence through environmental effects, like knocks and throwing rocks and stuff. And you often get a sensation of them being felt more than more than they're seen. I mean, even people who are flesh and blood, advocates will say that, sometimes you just feel that they're in the area, and that's a one-to-one description, and something that we've had David Metcalf on the show, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So David was with us at Paramania back in 2019, which feels like 1,000 years ago.
People still did stuff.
Yeah, when people still did stuff. We all went to the weekend culminated in a visit to Expedition Bigfoot in Cherry Log, Georgia, which is an absolutely fantastic museum of all sorts of Bigfoot ephemera. And it's interesting because I've gotten to know the owner of the museum, David Vicara, and he's talks to me constantly about how people are coming to Expedition Bigfoot, this Bigfoot museum, and they're sharing their stories. And he says I'm getting all these stories from right around here, and it's just, I guess we put it in the hot spot. But Metcalf is the one that said, well, this place kind of functions as a temple to Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh wow, you really turned that on its head. I just couldn't. You've got sacred relics there that are left by the phenomena. You've got a place for believers to come and people to be converted. It's in a place of power. Like there are Bigfoot sightings in North Georgia. And, it's almost like by putting a focal point for this phenomena, it's actually encouraged the phenomena to manifest even more. Which was just like an idea that just made my brain explode.
Look at all the people that go there every year, and the people that put their intention and believe in Bigfoot so much and all of a sudden they start having sightings of him crossing the road and all this kind of different these different phenomenon happening. It's like, the intention creates, just like I told them, essentially.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you talked to me about that, if you presented that idea to me, 10 years ago, I would have just thought it was the goofiest thing ever. But it's so parsimonious and makes so much sense. And even if it's not.
Right. And there's other things in that chapter about ghosts, about the bulletproof Bigfoot, like you mentioned before, and phasing in and out of existence, invisibility, people talking about how Bigfoot will show up or will just disappear right in front of their eyes, all these kind of things. And there was one story that really got me, and that was about the floating hairy hands that would just like grab, would like mess with people's cars and stuff like that. Yeah, you call it disembodied hairy hands.
Well, this is a perfect, example of something that is culturally dependent because, as I already addressed, you have hairy hands appearing in seances all the time. But there is no shortage of cases on the BFRO website that talk about this hairy hand that people assume is Bigfoot. I'm not seeing Bigfoot. They just see a giant hair-covered hand reaching in through a window or something to grab something. Now, of course, it's logical, especially given our cultural construct, to think that might be Bigfoot. But again, if you didn't see a Bigfoot, you can't definitively say it was a Bigfoot, especially when you're looking at the fact that there is this broad tradition of ghosts and poltergeists manifesting as hairy hands as well. One of the most famous examples is this stretch of road in Devon, in England, that is just absolutely famous for people driving down the road and having these hairy hands, grab the wheel. Bigfoot, take the wheel. Having these hairy hands grab the wheel of your car while you're in your car. These disembodied hairy hands.
Still with us or not.
And they're associated with possibly the death of a prisoner, escaped prisoner, I believe. But it's something that is.
So, yeah, it's 3 a.m. Let's see what's going on here. Good stuff. Thanks, Sheldon. We're listening to Joshua Cutchins and Timothy Renner. Ready to learn? So, okay, well, we're learning more about the ethereal spirits and woodland spirits and connection with quote-unquote Bigfoot. So if you're willing to listen to more, I'll play more. There's definitely you want to learn. So we learn some great stuff. Controversial stuff that upsets a lot of people, but, the truth is truth, and we're dealing with something that's been around for a long time and all over the world, so.
Is a very common phenomenon. I think the last one.
Also, I'm showing some old images that I captured between 2017 and 2019. None of my new stuff, so not tonight. I'm just having fun with it. So, I know. I got screwing up here. Play this.
I was able to find, I'm sure there have been more. The last case that I was able to find was in 2008. Someone had these large hairy hands grab the wheel while they're driving down the car.
Make sure to buy my bumper sticker. Disembodied hairy hands are my co-pilot.
Love it. But yeah, it's just another one of those things that is entirely cultural dependent, and that's sort of where I found a lot of inspiration for writing this, was just to cast just one little sliver of doubt into people's minds over whether or not well, we say it's Bigfoot because that's what our culture tells us, but it could be a lot of things, or it could be, Bigfoot could be all these things. Bigfoot could be just another mask that whatever this non-human other intelligence decides to put on from time to time.
Going back to the gifting, because we didn't get to talk about what exactly people will offer things, material, food, whatever, to Bigfoot. But then, Tim, what does Bigfoot give back in return?
Any number of things. So, sometimes people leave food and they will get dead animals in exchange, presumably Bigfoot offering what Bigfoot eats, and a dead bird or something. Sometimes they will get things like stones or feathers or little toys that seem like they've been broken toys that seem like they've been in the woods, or parts of statues and different items they get in returns. So it can be any manner of things, found objects. Often they're natural items, whether they feathers, bones, stones, etc.
What Tim, through your field work, do you have any advice for somebody who wants to start interacting with this, but thinks it may be more non-material or like all the things you guys are talking about?
Folklore is explicit in its rules, and this kind of dovetails into something I'd like to say whenever we talk about this book, that folklore is a term that I've heard the flesh and blood folks use with disdain over the years, as in, oh, that's just folklore, in regards to something. And by this, I think they mean, folklore is equal to fiction. I like to point out that it absolutely is not. Folklore may be exaggerated, and it may be, the most outrageous elements of the stories are preserved, but there's a reason why the stories exist. And as a folk singer who learned folk music in a fairly traditional way, the folk process is something that happens, and things are handed down. And there's a reason why we have a saying that bad songs don't get to become traditional. So there's only the good songs survive, and there's a reason why these folk stories survive. And it was our ancestors' way of telling stories, like, this is how we deal with these other things, capital O other. And the rules are pretty explicit. So that if someone's wanting to embark on this, I would advise them to be cautious, to be courteous, and to be careful, and as best they can observe the rules of folklore. For instance, they will tell you that if you are given something, especially if you ask for it, do not refuse it. And I have my own experience with this, where I refused it, and I had some very, very negative things that followed. So there are many explicit rules in folklore that tell you how to deal with these things. And I simply don't have time to go over all of them here, but most of them are common sense. Most of them have to do with politeness and being respectful to others, both capital O and lowercase others.
So let's get into witches. I wrote it down as hairy and otherwise, and their similarity to Bigfoot, because this is not a subject that you would think would be even remotely have anything to do with Bigfoot, but somehow the folklore ties in to Bigfoot. And I want to kind of ease this in, because I think that these go together into these women in white stories.
Yeah, I don't know what hit me to think of Bigfoot through the witch lens, but there's something there. I'm not really sure. There was a great encounter that was shared with Seth Breedlove in the Minerva Monster documentary, his first one, where there's a witness who's talking about meeting a friend who says, "Oh, there's a hairy witch that lives out back," and they ran into the Minerva Monster, and I was like, "Hairy witch, huh? Hairy witch." And it sort of ended up yielding some interesting fruit. There are some native traditions that talk about. By the way, for anybody who's wondering, we try to pinpoint every tribe that we can. We're not treating Native Americans as a monolith. We try to pinpoint every tribe by name whenever we can, just so no are saying like Native Americans say this. There are some there, but having said that, off the top of my head, there are some Native American traditions that explicitly describe Bigfoot as humans who are magical practitioners. And then if you look into sort of the European folklore, there is a direct, prominent conflation of the wild woman which is the female counterpart to the wild man, the wild woman with witches. And there's also a very strong correlation in European folklore of witches being hairy, witches having beards, witches, not only having beards and being hairy, but also getting power. So from that, it just sort of all snowballed control. You'll find stories of witches who are bulletproof. You'll find, descriptions of Baba Yaga as being this, Baba Yaga, the Russian witch of Russian folklore, as being tall and covered in hair. This sort of ties into the idea that there's also this conflation between tall, hairy hominids and skinwalkers. Well, this is kind of an explanation for that. As skinwalkers are human beings that have basically sold their soul to have magical properties, then it makes sense why, in some traditions, skinwalkers would be described as human warlocks, and people would also describe skinwalkers as tall, hairy hominids. This provides some connections in there. Sometimes, in some traditions, Bigfoot were ascribed having hypnotic powers by rubbing their bodies with a strange medicine, a strange, ointment or material. That's exactly how European witches would fly. It had nothing to do with a broomstick. It often had to do with, grotesquely enough, making a jelly out of a fetus or something, and then rubbing their body with it.
There's some thought that some of that could have been hallucinogenic, that flying was a metaphor. I've heard that.
Yeah. Now, in case anybody's wondering, we're not talking about modern practitioners of magic who call themselves witches. This is the archetypal witch. But there are a couple of modern connections here and there that speak to this connection that we don't even realize that we've internalized. I mean, the number of people who describe Sasquatch crying and sounding, screaming and sounding like a witch. I thought it was a witch. Oh, it sounded like a witch and a gorilla. This is a description that comes up time and again. And there are actually a handful of encounters where people describe Bigfoot as witches. There was actually an encounter that was shared to the Strange Familiars Facebook page today, where somebody saw a Bigfoot and they're like, "Well, my great grandparents were convinced that there were witches in the woods." I'm like, "Damn it, that would have been great to have included." But and then there's this story which is a little bit too long to get into, but a story from 1929 of Charlie Victor, who basically wounded a boy that was apparently under the care of a female Bigfoot, and she spoke to him in his language and basically cursed him, which is something that.
Let me ask you a question about that story.
Yeah.
She speaks to him in a language called Douglas. I was not familiar with that.
Douglas is. There's typically not. If memory serves, so people forgive me, but I think the Douglas Indian tribe, it's not necessarily its own language, but it is its own nation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So there's a Douglas First Nation that is in the Pacific Northwest. I think of British Columbia. I think. It's not. I'm not sure either. I'm sure it is. It's probably an Anglicanized name. The Winnebago, they were actually the Ho-Chunk, that sort of thing.
When I was trying to look it up, some Bigfoot websites came up, and they said that was one thing that Bigfoot will speak in this language.
Yeah, but you've heard. I've heard people say that they recognize Bigfoot as being anything from Russian to Japanese to made up languages that don't exist. That I go into this in sort of the Volume 2 is when I talk about vocalizations and mimicry. There's plenty of cases of Bigfoot straight up talking to people, but there are also examples like the Sierra sounds where people pick out a word here and there that kind of sounds familiar, and it's basically I think it's some sort of auditory pareidolia is what people are getting, kind of like EVPs.
So this story with the witch and the boy.
Well, now never says a witch, but. Okay. It's a wild woman who comes out and puts a curse on him. And again, curses are one of those things you never talked about fairies because they would curse you. You never offended the fairies because they would curse you with death. And that's something that there are very prominent cryptozoologists who would say that no such thing as a Bigfoot curse exists because they're very invested in the flesh and blood hypothesis. But I sort of go through and point out why the examples that this individual cites as not being evidence are actually, to the contrary, quite suggestive that there's evidence that the act of speaking about or offending Bigfoot kind of does have some repercussions in some cases. There was an expedition. Well, I'm getting a little bit off track, but there was a newspaper account of an expedition rather through the Rockies that I found where the individuals basically slaughtered. I think like maybe a third of the people came back alive, and like half of those were crippled for the rest of their lives. So there does seem to be something there. In this case, she cursed Charlie Victor that he would never kill a bear again, and he was paralyzed. He ended up being paralyzed. The witness ended up being paralyzed 15 years later, and this particular cryptozoologist said, "Well, curse doesn't make any sense. There is no curse in this case because he was paralyzed 15 years later." And I'm like, "Yeah, but she didn't say she was going to paralyze him. She said that he wouldn't shoot a bear, and that happened immediately. Like, you can't, So there's some playful interpretation that some people like to do to sort of further their own agenda, I feel like. But yeah, their Bigfoot curses are a thing. Then you sort of have to unpack, the depiction. I mean, there's a direct line of ancestry, folkloric ancestry. There's a direct chain. This is not debated by anyone because it's basically a commonly held belief amongst folklorists that satyrs and fauns sort of evolved. They were sort of a direct antecedent to the wild man archetype, which in itself sort of branched out into interpretations of Satan, because you had the demonification, the demonization rather of pagan rituals. So obviously, if they're cavorting with fauns and satyrs, those must be demons. That's why we get demons with cloven hooves and goat heads. That's why Satan has cloven hooves and goat heads. But so the Satan wild man thing is a really close relationship as well. And to the extent that wild men, specifically apes, were used as a symbol of man's sin in a lot of Renaissance art.
So Satan is described as God.
Yeah. Something like that, yeah. And so even in some like art, there's like an ape in the Garden of Eden, representing the original sin waiting to jump at the chance. So it really is this big like interconnected pot of like satyrs and fauns and Dionysus and the Green Man and Satan and the Wild Man, and out of that sort of comes Bigfoot himself. And there are cases. There's at least one case of cloven-hooded Bigfoot, the 1913 Travers Spine Gorillas case in Labrador, Canada. So it's just an interesting. I actually have a It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia style like conspiracy board that I drew out on some cardboard about all these different intersections. I mean, Tim alluded to us leaving cookies and milk out for Santa Claus. I mean, it's also a pretty widely accepted matter of European folklore interpretation that Santa Claus, while borrowing Saint Nicholas, the church figure, is basically an evolution of the wild man archetype. So for a combination of the wild man archetype and Odin, who shares his own etymological origins with the Woad-Woes, which was kind of like a big, tall, hairy fairy or a wild man.
And Odin may be the wild man anyway. He may be the original archetypical wild man.
And Santa hangs out with elves. Like so, there you can draw all these robust, like almost Jungian sort of correlations and relationships that just, I think that's part of the reason that when people have gotten the book after listening to so many interviews, they look at it and they're like, "Oh, this is a lot better than your interviews," because you kind of have to see it all laid out at once to really sort of start to wrap your head around.
I mean, you can't do justice to it in an hour and a half interview. You got to read the book.
it's hard
Yeah.
to weave it together in the book. It's nigh impossible to weave it all together in an interview.
Yeah.
The women in white. Now, this is one of the most fascinating aspects of this book.
May I give my usual preface, Tim?
Sure.
I thought Tim Renner was full of it when he came to me and said, "Yeah, man, there's this connection between cryptids and women in white." I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? And he talked about Aaron David and Kelly's sighting of this devil monkey, which I'm like, okay, that's a one-off. It's a white thing that they saw that's kind of simian. But I'll be damned if he didn't start pulling on this thread and just everything, absolutely everything just started spilling out. And of course, the women in white, like you said, has associations with witches, but also, fairies. I mean, the banshees were often women in white archetype that is somehow wedded to this Bigfoot thing, and I don't know what it means, but Tim is right, and this is something that I can confidently say that no one has ever broken apart. So kudos on you, Tim. That's amazing.
Well, this started with real world Bigfoot boots on the ground research. Well, it started with Sasquatch Chronicles. They have this amazing story of these two brothers that were seeing Bigfoot creatures, and then they started seeing this weird woman in white entity. But after that, I started seeing it in real world investigations. So I'm talking to Bigfoot witnesses, and it's coming up. Local Bigfoot witnesses are coming up. Like they're having one guy had Bigfoot on his property, and then I went out there to investigate the Bigfoot, and then before I go, he tells me, well, I also have ghosts and stuff, and he starts showing me all these pictures, some of which look like just ghostly figures and faces that he was saying were bikers. They were the ghosts of bikers, but I saw them as very much looking like Bigfoot faces, big hairy. He was seeing them as sunglasses. I was seeing them as big eyes. These like very ghostly kind of figures. But along with this, he showed me a picture of a full-bodied apparition that he had taken in a mirror, picture in the mirror of, and it was a woman in a white dress. So I started following that away. I'm going on these other Bigfoot investigations. One of them is an area called Pond Bank around here, which is next to Michaud Forest, which is probably your number one place in Pennsylvania for Bigfoot sightings. And I met a witness out there who had heard me talking a little bit about the women in white and Bigfoot thing. And he put it together in his own head that his sighting was, a Bigfoot sighting a mile away from this place called Pond Bank. Not even a mile, probably 3/4 of a mile from this place called Pond Bank. Pond Bank has a woman in white legend associated with a ghostly woman in white that appears there. I interviewed him on Strange Familiars, by the way. In the background, you can hear something very, very deep moaning throughout our interview. It's very creepy. I call it the Pond Bank groan. It sounds like people have compared it to like a tube and throat singers, or which I did not hear while I was interviewing him.
That's weird.
Yeah. Well, interjection. That seems to be a significant sound that is described in other literature, and actually described in two other really reputable sources that I can think of, and that gets addressed in Volume 2 under Altered States.
So from here, it was just a matter of me sort of like, okay, so I'm going to start looking this up. And I was only looking in modern cases at first, and then I started to look in folklore and and history, and I'm kind of going back, and I started finding some stuff, and then I found Perkta, this entity from Germanic folklore. Some say she's a moon goddess, but others say she doesn't really qualify as a goddess. She's just one of these sort of folkloric figures, kind of like the German equivalent of Baba Yaga, probably. Just kind of witchy woman in the woods, and they said she always wore white. She could appear as an old hag or as a young maiden, and some of the legends have her with one or both feet being gigantic swan's feet. Now, Josh has cleverly pointed out that if you look at a swan's foot or any kind of bird track, it would appear to be three-toed. Now we have, multiple cases of Bigfoot encounters with creatures leaving three-toed tracks and three-toed track finds. Now, that's all very interesting, but this perked entity was known to have an affinity for children like Bigfoot. She would call from the woods like Bigfoot, et cetera, et cetera. But then you get to her, the company she keeps, say, and she has this retinue consisting of two groups, and the one is the Heimchen, which were the souls of the dead children that she called off into the wilderness and never returned. And these souls of the dead children took the form of will-o'-the-wisp lights. So here you have the O.R.D phenomenon. And the other group that followed Perkta around was the Perkten. And they were a group of hairy wild men that came from the mountains and would do things like throw stones at houses and harass people in the towns and so forth. So we have an explicit collection between this folkloric woman in white entity, this kind of witchy woman, and what for all accounts are these hairy wild men.
And to interject here as well, like the Perkten were not only just wild men, but sometimes in some traditions they were sort of depicted as similar to Krampus, which looks like a satyr or a faun, which ties into this whole big this whole big soup of satyrs, fauns, wild men, Bigfoot, the devil, etc.
Yeah, and from that point, it was just a matter of like fanning out the folklore, and it really goes across the world, at least across Europe and Africa. There's folkloric figures in Germany and in the Norse and in Russia and Africa and Southern Europe that are these various wild men that they will say that either their wife or their female counterpart, it depends on the folklore, is either a woman in white, just explicitly would say like it's a woman who wears white, or they will say it's a white creature that goes along with them. And there's wild men in England that are associated. The apple tree man who has he guards the orchards, but he is aided in this by this old crone who wears white. There's the Lishi, I believe. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Basically the Russian wild man, protector of the forest. His wife wears white. So you find it all over. I haven't found anything in the Far East yet, but I'm sure it's there. It's just a matter of uncovering it because it's all over. It's in folklore all over. These creatures, these wild men from all these different cultures have a significant other that is a woman in white. It's a very bizarre thing, but it's borne out by the folklore.
And even in one of the most famous cases of Bigfootery, Sasquatchology, I guess you could call it, there is a kind of proverbial woman in white. And this case, the Ape Canyon case is kind of like the Roswell of the Bigfoot material. It's kind of the beginning of it.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the most oft referred to cases from history. Like if you just got a generic Bigfoot book, that was like kind of a survey of Bigfoot, chances are they would have this case in it. But every account I've ever read, other than Fred Beck's own account, now Fred Beck was one of the miners in this case, has been completely weirdwashed. And they've taken out all the strangeness associated with it, and they present only the aspects of the story which make it sound like there was a bunch of monkeys in the woods. It's a very strange case that starts with these miners encountering what they call the ghost of a giant Indian. Now,
I've seen that before.
How giant and what he looked like, they don't go into too much. Who tells them to follow a white arrow through the sky. And they follow this white arrow. Along the way, they meet this other spirit. They said this is female spirit who they named Vander White, or maybe she introduced herself. Now, they never describe her, but her name is actually Vander White. So here we have a spirit, at least with the name of White. And they end up naming their gold mine, the Vander White Mine, after this spirit. They're in residence in a cabin at this. And mostly the story you hear is that they take a shot at one of these creatures one day, and that night a group of creatures come and attack the cabin. But what they don't tell you is all the other strangeness around the caves, not only these spirits and this white arrow in the sky, but things like finding 2 tracks in the middle of an acre-wide sandbar along the river with no indication of, tracks in the middle. I think one of the miners said it looks like something picked them up and sat them down, picked them up again. And they were hearing strange sounds coming from the ground. I think machine-like sounds and drumming. Fred Back, the miner who later wrote about the case, said that he had an import of a pencil in his hand, which he was sure was at his house. He needed a pencil one day and just appeared in his hand. So there's all this other strangeness associated with the case, which is just completely left out. It's completely weird-washed in all these other accounts in favor of making it sound like Gorillas in the Woods. And Fred Beck himself had a quote where he said, in no way did he or the other miners think that it was a natural creature at all. It's actually, he said, first of all, I will say that they are not entirely of this world, they being Bigfoot. I know the reaction we experienced as these beings attacked our cabin impressed many with the concept of great ape-like men dwelling in the mountains, and I can say that we genuinely fought and were quite fearful, and we were glad to get out of the mountains. But I was, for one, always conscious that we were dealing with supernatural beings, and I know the other members of the party felt the same. So that's in the 1960s. He was writing that account, remembering, he wrote it with his son, I think in the 1960s, remembering this account in the 1920s. So he himself, he's the witness, he's the guy who wrote the story, and he said himself, there was something supernatural about these. We didn't think they were natural creatures, at least as far back as the 60s. So again, if we're going to believe witnesses, which we have to, because without witnesses, we really have nothing other than a few casts to go by. So if you're going to believe witnesses, you can't say, oh, I believe the witness saw a giant ape man, and then throw out everything else the witness says. It's crazy. It's just not a good thing to do. It's not truthful. So
we all live in glass houses, right?
Yeah.
There's
Beck
also
himself said there was more to it, so I say there's more to it.
There's also a correlation to the women and to the lady in white. You talk about Chickamauga Battlefield, which I'm right down the street from at the moment. I'm not that far away. And that's another one where you have this kind of dichotomy between the lady in white or the woman in white and some weird creature.
There's a woman in white who carries a weird light as well. They say it's this supposed woman in white who swings a lantern, and she calls it the battlefield. So she has your weird light. And then they had this old green eyes entity that's associated with it, which tales supposedly that during the breaks in the battle there, that these big hairy, they call them ghouls, were coming out and eating the bodies of the dead Confederate soldiers or carrying them off, I forget which. But to this day, people claim to see this old green eyes entity, which many say is Bigfoot, and descriptions vary. I think the description in the book is something very weird. It sounds like a Bigfoot creature with a cape on or something.
Yeah.
I think that one of the guys who worked at the park, witnessed this. But Gettysburg has it too. Battlefields and Bigfoot go together, but so do battlefields and women in white. So they share this common ground.
It really, I mean, stuff like the Chickamauga old green eyes and the women in white and the light. I mean, it's just these stories keep on appearing so often, and it really starts to look like these are just these overlays that we have. It's the same sweep of phenomena, and just depending on whatever we encounter, you get the woman in white looking for her lover's body with a lamp, or you get a hairy creature, or you get an anomalous light in the sky that's zipping around, or you get something that looks like a fairy. It really seems like it's just the same thing over and over again. It's almost like every story is the same, but what mask it decides to wear is just just depends on the person, and depends on the culture, and it depends on the time, and it depends on all these other factors.
Right. Yeah. The existence of the other taking on the form that I believe it thinks that it wants us to see, something that's very culturally specific.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if we explicitly talk about this in either volume, but one of the ideas that we kind of bat around as we talk about this that we talk about the UFO phenomenon, the Bigfoot phenomenon, and the flesh and blood hypothesis, and the nuts and bolts hypothesis, etc., the ETH stuff. The wild man archetype itself seems to change. So we have in medieval times this Wadwos, who they were often wizards, which is a form of knowledge and wisdom. These were ascribed to the wild men, and then working up into the 1800s. So I've uncovered a lot of articles which seem to show what I think to be Bigfoot or the same things people describe as Bigfoot today. And in the 1800s, there's a lot of articles which describe these wild men, otherwise, big hairy things. They don't appear to be human, but maybe they're wearing clothes. And previous to starting these volumes, I kind of thought, well, maybe this is the Victorian prudishness where these editors are throwing clothes on these creatures, as far as in the article, despite what the witnesses were saying, just because of people couldn't handle the idea of a naked wild man running around in the woods. But as we're talking about this, and we talk about how UFOs change over time. In the late 1800s, they were airships. They looked like dirigibles and so forth that people were seeing. And then UFOs changed to this more like 50s kind of sci-fi ships, and they keep evolving. I think post Star Trek and Star Wars, you get a lot of giant crafts with all kinds of tech and stuff on them, and then up until today, where people seem to be seeing like plasma balls and so forth. Well, the wild man archetype, I think maybe that's been changing too. Maybe it was a hairy guy, partially clothed. Some of those old 1800s articles have them even carrying rusty muskets that refuse to fire. But they're identifiable as muskets that they're carrying around, like the remnants of these partially wild beings. They're not fully wild, and this kind of idea we've batted around is maybe the archetype itself has changed over time, just like UFOs have changed. And as UFOs have seemed to get more technical, they get more sci-fi and more advanced. It's like the wild man has gotten wilder over time, and perhaps as we've gotten further away from wilderness and more into our homes and cities and dependent upon modern technology and so forth, our wild man perhaps has gotten wilder, and we have this very, very wild Bigfoot right now as our wild man.
And we do talk about that briefly in I can't remember where, but we do in volume 2.
And is it volume 2? Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I remember right now.
I can't think of anything more popular right now in the paranormal than Bigfoot. Bigfoot is probably the most popular one at this very moment.
Well, we're ready to blow it up.
Well, I think we talked about this a little bit. I think we talked about this a little bit before the Strange Realities conference, but it's almost like Bigfoot as forest guardian. Bigfoot as forest guardian is kind of stepping up as we're making Earth, more and more difficult to live on. It's almost like the archetype of the forest guardian Bigfoot is coming forward to sort of save the day. It kind of has a little bit of that feel. Not that I literally believe that, but I think it's interesting that Bigfoot is like the most naturalistic of all paranormal phenomena that you can get at, besides something like fairies. But he's on a resurgence at a time when we seem to have painted ourselves into a corner environmentally.
That's a really good point, Josh. That's a really good point. The idea of the return to the land, what that spirit represents. Yeah. And I've also noticed that Bigfoot also serves the purpose of people getting out into nature and using it as an excuse. It's almost become its own kind of extreme sport. In a way.
Yeah.
So, Phil, was there anything that you wanted to ask?
Well, one thing I just wanted to point out, how beautiful the book is itself with all Tim's artwork and everything, and that I just have a digital copy right now to read for the show, but I plan on definitely getting a physical copy because I'm sure it looks really nice. On actual paper, it's a piece of art itself.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to do, there's a certain look old folklore books had, and they were just really nice to hold, and that was one of the things I wanted to do with this. Like this great old folklore books. I didn't illustrate it in the same way that I illustrated, say, Don't Look Behind You, the book that I wrote by myself, just because I think there's so much information in here that the information has to present itself in a way. So I did, chapter masthead illustrations, and I did like one big frontispiece for it, and I do little spot illustrations at the end of each chapter, just kind of set the mood a little bit. But what I really wanted was to sort of call to mind those old folklore books that I love so much. I know Josh does too. That we spent so much time digging through as we prepared this volume. So
So anyways, they're winding down. It's time for me to wind down too. It's 3:39 in the morning. I don't know if Judy's still there. Many beans and Mogolin Rim is where I witnessed my encounter. Ooh, you had your own encounter. Very cool. I had mine too. A couple of them, actually. Not including all the sightings, if you're still there. If Damien is still there, thanks for joining in. They're closing doors behind me in the middle of the woods. Huh. It's 8:30 a.m. where you're at, and it's interesting. Getting tired and worn down now. Yeah, it is 3:49 in the morning. We've been doing this for another long one. There's a lot of information to be imparted upon people. Yeah, there's a lot of images to share, a lot of yeah, I mean, the when it comes to quote unquote Bigfoot Sasquatch, I'm pretty convinced that we're dealing with some kind of forest spirits, poltergeists, interdimensional beings. Once in a while can manifest in the flesh for a short period of time. For the most part, what they do is try to scare the hell out of us. I don't know anybody that's really I don't know anybody personally that's died from Bigfoot, but that doesn't mean it's not so. And we look at the many different entities that are around with it. Yeah, what do you say? Except that there's so much more to the story than what they're willing. For the most of the people that are in the Bigfoot community are willing to talk about. Most people don't even want to even know the full spectrum of what's going on. And I guess it's an ego thing. Also, it's kind of what happens when you realize that you're dealing with something interdimensional, spiritual in nature. Maybe it's even more frightening. Maybe it's more frightening. So maybe it's more frightening. So you find Joshua Judgens, he's on Owl Tale. He does a podcast. He's wrote many books. He himself hasn't had any personal encounters, but Tim has. For whatever it's worth, I don't think it's at some point it's good to have, in my opinion. Well, maybe we'll get into this Myra. Let's see. They stopped the foot prong, Mike. What's that mean? They stopped the foot prong. We are going deep on the subject. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going very deep into it. Very much deeper than most people are willing to do it. It's easy to just let them all as demons or to let, evil spirits and all that, but there's more going on than meets the eye. And once again, I recommend going to the Trick of Light. All souls are recycled. and the moon. That's an interesting thing. We'll forget that one. We'll get out of that one. I don't think Diesel's still with us. You know, you're more willing to join me if you want, man. If you've got the time, I'll tell you what, I'll copy the invite. You can join me. We talk about it. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. That this is more, you know, we're talking about forest spirits. We're talking about fairies. We're talking about all sorts of things. And it's more than just some hairy monkey running around in North America. The same thing that's happening here is happening in Great Britain, is happening in Europe, is happening in Africa. It's happening everywhere in one form or another. We have something deep going on here that's much more than the procrastinators, the talking heads of the Bigfoot community are willing to say. Well, they are I guess there's no money in it, you know, if you tell the truth. There's just no money. I mean, let's be honest. The people that are really doing any serious research, they don't have a great followings. They're not treated with much respect. When you start dealing with because there's so many elemental spirits, ethereal spirits, forest poltergeists. We have things manifesting in all over the world in unison to the same areas of like dark cats or black cats, like panthers or whatever, Bigfoots, aliens. We just labeling these things, but you know, when you look at the old ancient folklore, fairies encompasses was a broad term like supernatural. It was label of many different entities. There was the Woolies, the men of the woods, little short hairy creatures, little hairy men. It goes on and on and on. But, you know, leprechauns, gnomes, they're all connected. And they are all connected. And I think a big part of it is in the spiritual realm. But I'm starting to recognize, or I have recognized for a while, but I'm just going to speak it out loud. And that is, they see these familiar spirits, regional spirits, are paying attention to what you and I are up to. And once in a while, they give you what you want. And you know what I mean? They'll give you what you want to keep you coming back. They like your attention. Yeah, all you have to do is just copy the link I just sent, and you can join me, man. That's what you want. Or if you want to send it to me via Facebook or something like that, you can. And so, yeah, we're dealing with something that's multidimensional. I'll be honest with you, we're having a hard time explaining it all. But when we look at things like poltergeist activity, the smell, the rotten smell, noises, banging on the house, windows, rocks, pebbles being thrown. But hey, that's the same thing as people are witnessing. Hey, people have had seances in which they've seen big hairy men show up, or at least a silhouette or of it, and more. And he goes on and on and on. But apparently we can't be honest about this, because if we do, what? The official narrative crumbles, and then we have to go back to the drawing board, or maybe we have to go back into ancient folk. Realize that maybe a lot of those stories had a lot more truth than we're willing to give our elders or ancestors credit for. It seems to me part of it is this it's a deliberate attempt by the oligarchs and the ruling elite to make people focus solely on one single aspect of the interdimensional realm, which is just full. It's just all these different entities and different beings from different sizes, different shapes. And some do look like dog men, and some do look like hairy men and hairy apes. But other ones look like completely different things. And some might kind of look like aliens, but I mean, I filmed things that kind of look like snakes. Other ones with weird looking, like almost heads popping out of the trees with like horns and some like almost some kind of forest spirit, like antelope or deer type of thing. I've seen people film all sorts of things. One of the things I've noticed is the with orbs in the different spirit realm, the different colors that are filmed not only in night but in the daytime. I mean, how many times have we filmed something in these? What is actually making these tree structures that we find in my town, that Damien finds in his neck of the woods, that in the other side of the pond? And all over the place, and they're not practical. I mean, not practical for a 9 foot tall, 800-pound Bigfoot to hang out in, or even to do. We just label everything Bigfoot. That's what we do. We just in the States in particular, anything that's going on in the woods is Bigfoot or Dogman. That's it. Now, slowly, people are starting to recognize that the orbs, at their connection with them. I honestly think, this is my personal opinion, I think there's a lot of the popular channels right now, the ones that got like 100,000, maybe say 50,000, 100,000, 250,000 subs, and I'm not jealous at all about it. I mean, I understand what I'm going through. I'm totally being censored. I used to have thousands of subs, and they wiped me out 2 years ago, and I'm okay with that. I'm just going to share the truth regardless, and I don't want to be part of any community. I just, as far as, well, I do. I like to be in a community of people who are being honest. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, they stopped the options of Bigfoot and the predator, and that's about it. It's just, hey, it's what it is. I found some footprints. Whoop-de-doo, Here's the thing. People have been finding these big footprints and 5-toe, 3-toe, all sorts of, all over the world for generations. But in the middle of town, in areas where there's no way in a million years that the way the narrative that are given us could sustain a 900-pound, or which was a 600, 900-pound, 1,200-pound giant ape man. Just it was talked about earlier, just the caloric intake that would be necessary to maintain that entity. I mean, you would be hard pressed to not see every dumpster in your town wide open and things thrown over the place to find leftover pizza in people's meals. That doesn't happen. Not at all. Once in a while it does in certain areas, but definitely not my area, and I'm not seeing it happening in all the rest of the country. I hear a lot of stories, and I know I hear a lot of scary stories, and I think this has all been a deliberate design. I mean, it does go back to the Patterson film. There is a reason why, and remember, this is during the time of the MK Ultra, mind control, the use of television, Tavistock Institute in Great Britain, and then Laurel Canyon in the United States, and Hollywood, and it's always been and still is. Hollywood is an apparition, as a military branch. It's a branch of the military, U.S. military. They don't even hide it. Most people on your mainstream news are many are recruited in the CIA. So you hear the story that shows up in 1967 and gets on all the movie channels, not movie channels, theaters. And it wasn't simply because it's good theater. I really think that they to try to steer the narrative to keep everyone focused on a certain direction, a very narrow spectrum of the totality of what we're dealing with. So while everyone's focused on Bigfoot, and when that started waning, and then they started using the dog man, and then before that was aliens, and then they go back, and then they change their narratives and all that kind of stuff. Now I'm not saying there's not interdimensional beings. I'm not even saying there's not such a thing as Sasquatch. But I do believe that these are entities that are able to cross the veil, cross these different dimensions and time, and a lot of it is our own doing. Some of it's not. I mean, a lot of people still have encounters and they're just innocent bystanders, right? But a lot of it is human interaction on our part. I think it's ignorant, it's naive, it's innocent. It's not like most of us are going way out of our way, doing rituals and summonings to make it happen. But our power of intent is extremely real, and our focusing on this on an excessive amount will eventually allow these things to manifest again. And it's just part of. And people call this all witchcraft and sorcery, and I'm just saying it's all part of life. Now, you can label it witchcraft, sorcery, and divination and all this other nonsense, but the truth of the matter is, I know an awful lot of people like myself that don't do any rituals except that we focus on this stuff. And the spiritual realm pays attention to what we're focusing on, and eventually we see things that other people don't see. I mean, I've seen things show up after the fact, not before the fact, in my journey, and what's going on. It's a very good question to ask. You say, no one's ever seen once a big hairy ape build any of these tree structures, these tree lanes, these little huts, no one's seen it, not once. There's not one person that is confessed that I know of. There might be a distant story or somebody that claims that, but they don't have any documentation of it. And today and age, with the cameras they have and the phones, you can film the stuff. We don't film it. And so in the middle of night, these things are somehow brought and built. And I do believe that this is spiritual realm, these elemental spirits, these forest spirits, their realm is the night. There's this dualistic creation of night and day, darkness and light, good and evil, blah, blah, blah. Right? So they represent the darkness, and this is half of this creation. There's a whole dynamic half of the creation. I mean, you look at just the physical realm, the number of physical creatures that are most active during the nighttime, nocturnal animals, right? So there's no reason to assume that that there is not certain elemental spirits or familiar spirits or interdimensional spirits that are more active at night than the day. And that's when it happens, it seems. Or if it does happen, people claim it as something that's cloaking, but I don't even believe. I think it's that's the wrong term. I think that there's a chance when they're ripping through the ethereal realm, the astral plane, going from one dimension to another, that maybe in the middle of the day, you and I would never know if it's 100 feet up in the air and it's being cloaked by some kind of plasma or hidden by some kind of plasma. You wouldn't even know. We none of us know, right? But the thing is, I have never heard anybody yet. I mean, people who are serious investigators and on the ground on a daily basis, I have never heard any of them claim that they saw these entities, whatever they are, build these X structures, A-frames, tree leans, these, and yeah, maybe somebody adds to it, human beings and all that, but they build it primarily. Who are they? There's no evidence to say it's Bigfoot's doing it. None. We just assume it is. And when I repeat once again, you hear these people at night and during the day. We've all heard things. When we heard these things, we never saw anything. We sense them. We have no idea if they're the quote spirits. They're just pretending to be spirits, being tricksters. And apparently we can't talk this way. Because if we talk this way, I guess what happens is there's like 90% of the Bigfoot community, dogfoot community, the cryptid communities, their gig is up. The game's over with. And then, by the way, but if we did go down this direction and be more honest about it, we could break free from a lot of this false narratives and the deceptions, and probably see something even greater than the false narratives that we're having now. I hear over and over again, "Is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot, is Bigfoot," and there's just because someone said that Bigfoot roars, or that makes occasional footprint, or all these, that's just hearsay. There's a high probability that it's probably some other entity. There's no reason to assume that there's not an. I mean, in ancient folklore and tradition, there are entities with 6 arms and 2 heads and all sorts of stuff. By the way, they could still do everything that quote unquote a Bigfoot could do, and maybe more. But we all assume, because the experts and all the booksellers, which, by the way, in this, the cryptid community and the paranormal community has been impregnated with the weaponization of anthropology and of psychology and of propaganda and the Hollywood and the use of false imagery. And the number of false images is just phenomenal. I refuse to entertain them, and there's some great artists out there, right? But I understand the power of persuasion and manipulation. And it clutters our minds and what we see. I honestly believe that our ancestors, maybe some of you are here, see more clearly about what's going on around us than anybody that's quote unquote experts. I think it was valuable to listen to Tim, although Tim censored my interview heavily. He cut over half of it off, so it doesn't sound very coherent, but that's okay. I got the full one on my channel. And I understand the things that I brought up are things that nobody wants to hear. But, I would strongly recommend you have it in your back pocket as an arsenal to deal things if things get a little too out of hand. I never once asked anybody to join any cult or any religion or believe in anything. But I do ask, and what I would ask and encourage each and every one of us to be as honest with as we can. And there's a certain point, too, when you hear this over and over and over and over again. No one's an expert. No one's an expert. No one's an expert. Well, I've run across and watched a lot of guys and gals. They're out there in the field, and they're on almost a daily basis filming things and capturing things. Sometimes it's dud, and sometimes it's gem. And what I'm discovering, and I'm sure they're seeing the same thing, these ain't Bigfoot. These ain't hairy men. These are entities that come in all different shapes and sizes and colors. But apparently we can't talk about that. And I know I'm being redundant, but it has to be, at least in my book, has to be redundant, because until we get to that point where we're willing to break free from the official narratives out there and the cult of Bigfoot, it's turned into a religion. It's absolutely turned into a religion in its own right. You and I have the capacity to make up our own names and about these things. Make up our own names. Do our own drawings, show our own images. Yeah, water spirits is huge. A huge connection of water spirits. There's people that do this scrying with using these water. I mean, we got no trees and we got no woods and nothing. We live in the desert. I tell you, you want to see things? Here's a little secret. Get yourself a swimming pool and fill it full of water and put it outside. Start looking into the water. Water is a natural scrying mirror. And these elements, these elemental spirits and spirits, whether we like to hear it or not, it does come out of the Bible, and blah, 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 who cares? Honestly, who cares? I mean, I can tear those 66 books apart better than anybody. I know I can. But I can tell you something. It talks about these unclean spirits, and you just take out the unclean and say spirits. Do not like dry places. Where you find water, you're going to find more. Water itself is a great conductor of electricity. We live in a water world, no matter how dry of a place you should live. The atmosphere is H2O and oxygen and helium. It's a huge part of it. It's not, when you look at the numbers, it seems like it's not, but the single digit percentage of how much it is in the air, it's a huge percentage. We're also not forgetting about all the other elements and the other gases and chemicals in the atmosphere that influence it. It seems to me too, since they started spraying us like cockroaches with this metallic shaving, this coal ash is what it is. There's a decrease in the death of trees, also that those towers are attributed to it. Then there's always been the spiritual activity of the trees. And, how has that influenced the activity of things? Have things increased since then? Or was it because our additional to, the fact of through the World Wide Web and the internet, and more and more people being exposed to the concept, the idea of Bigfoot, dogmen, cryptids, spirit. The one thing they notice, one thing that should be, see you later, Judy. Good night. Thank you for joining me. By the way, it's my birthday, so thank you for being part of my birthday. So, one thing no one can talk about is the spirits. And if you start talking about spirits, then it'll be a witch or a sorcerer or a divinator or, you're a servant of Satan. You can't talk the truth about any of this stuff, because if you do, apparently, it gigs up. And I think that honestly, there's a strong connection to the masses being actually set free from a lot of lies and deception is out there with these things. I'm not saying they're supposed to. We've got to get the right relationship with them, though. I think the worshiping them is a terrible one. I think you end up having the wrong thing show up. But understanding the elementals, understanding the spiritual realm, the ethereal realm, the thing that it was, alchemy, that is a big part. These are things that they've demonized on a consistent basis and told everybody we can't do that. Become a Roman Catholic, be a Muslim, be a part of some other of our imperial state religions. They offer that to us for a reason, to clutter our mind. By the way, there's a lot of truth in their scriptures. You just got to be able to weed through it all. You go through the multiple layers. They've offered us this fascinating thing called the mystery schools, or mystery religions. And all the mystery religions lead back to what I'm talking about. We're talking about, what I'm talking about. You're welcome, Judy. Thank you for being part of my day, and some of you, Damien, and Al. But it's true. And I'm not telling anybody to be a witch or a sorcerer and all that. I'm just telling people to wake up. If you want to join another snare, another trap, and join some group, that's your business. I have no desire to do that. I know the consequences of enslaving yourself in somebody else's organization and institution. To be able to talk this way, I had to break away free from a lot of things, knowing full well I had to deal with my own other people's imposed archetypes, demons that they put on me. You can't talk this way, Mike. Well, we're going to talk this way somehow. Some way, I'm going to find the people who are willing to be honest about what's really going on. I don't care about having a following. I don't want to be part of the club. I'm not selling a book. I wish I could make a little bit of money to pay for the internet, but regardless of that, I'm still going to pursue this and do it. Why? Because of the truth. I have a desire for the truth. I don't want to use my truth against anybody or cause anybody harm. I just want to know the truth. I want to understand this shithole place that I live in. I don't like it. I'm tired of the right angles. I'm tired of the box that I live in. I'm tired of all this stuff. I feel like I've been robbed. Maybe you feel that way too. I feel I've been robbed of a big part of my own essence and my own being. And that I'm an evil person and I'm the one that's at fault and all this kind of stuff. And what I'm saying might seem like a rant, but it really has a connection to it. What I'm saying. And then we go into this and it's like, it's I'm not asking people to worship these things, idolize these things, or go, obsessed after these things. You be careful what you're getting yourself into. That's what I'd say. There's trade-offs in everything in life. I think it's important to know what's really going on. I guarantee you this much. I'll bet my last pair of shoes on the fact that the oligarchs, the elite, know what's really going on. That's why they don't get us. They don't let us tell the truth about much of anything. If they've lied to us about every other thing in life, what makes us think that they haven't lied to us about what's going on in the woods? What's going on in the air? What's going on around us? What's going on inside us? Logic dictates the fact that, if they lied to us about everything else, they've lied to us about this. Shamans, and medicine women and men weren't all about taking, entheogens and drugs and getting high and trying, it wasn't, that was just a very, very small part. In fact, hardly any of it was even used for evil. It's all been demonized. And I have to be honest with you, I've had my own personal and very negative experience with a medicine woman and a medicine man. And some people that call themselves Satanists who felt it was a great idea to be astral project and send shit my way. What can you do? Only thing I learned from it, and it's going to happen. Do I hate them? No, I don't hate them. I think it's all massive confusion going on. I never once ever wanted to be anybody's enemy. I just wanted to know the truth. I don't care. I got friends who are flat out Satanists. I don't care. That's their business. I love them because of who they are as a human being. And there's other people that practice other arts that, as a Christian, that I'm told I'm not allowed to be their friend. But I have to tell you the truth. They treat me better than 99% of the people who call themselves Christians. And I'm a Christian saying that. So, what I'm saying is that, there are those who love the truth. The true lovers of the way, the truth, and life. Who want to know the truth of the reality of what they're in and why we're here and why we're going through all this crap. What's the purpose? What's really going on around us? We're not interested in using it against anybody. It takes a lot of discipline, by the way, to do that, because it's real easy to get caught up in the shit. It's real easy, to be pushing your Patreon account and, pushing, products and pushing your platform, interviewing every single human being that there ever was, just so you can increase your numbers. I've gone through a lot of phases in my life, and I've been a lot of those phases. I've turned off a lot of people, but I had to go down these different roads and know the truth. Understanding fully that they were going to judge me for it. A lot of people are going to judge me. People that should never judge me at all about it. But that's how people think, and that's how people are. Don't like it, but that's the way it is. Excuse me. But saying all that stuff, I'm just saying, it's a good idea to start looking outside the box. It's okay to research other people's belief systems and understand. You see, you don't have to join their group. You don't have to become a Christian or Muslim or a Jew or a Satanist or a pagan or any of that crap. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. It's your business. But you don't have to do any of that stuff, and you can learn all this fundamental truths from all these people. One of the most interesting people I've discovered in the past 6 months is Gnostic Christians, the early Gnostic Christians, and their fascinating take on things. It's 180-degree difference from what we know as Christianity today. Even the devil smiles. Yeah, well, it's just a figure of speech. Here's something, a little secret for you, Damien. If you study the Bible, say, well, Satan was the adversary to who? He was accused of the brethren. What brethren? The people that followed Yahweh. Yahweh, it turns out, was a dragon that they followed. It was an ancient religion and has nothing to do with it. There's not a single devil. Anybody thinks that Satan is any more... it's a fun game, though, isn't it? It's a fun game to believe in this shit. That's what it is in the end of the day. It's a fun game. Everyone's desperate to have an identity. Well, why don't we just figure out our own identity? Why do we need to be found anybody else's constructs? Why do we have to believe what everybody else says we have to believe? Don't we have the capacity in our own right to create our own world? After all, if it's all between your ears in the first place and its belief systems, then why can't we do that? Or how about this? Why don't we start magnifying our attention on the reality around us instead of worrying about this group or this concept or that concept? I know we like to jab at each other and all that, but it didn't mean anything to me, especially when you hear if I told you the truth that the Christianity has already finished and that it has nothing to do with us, anybody that's part of any of these Abrahamic religions, which includes Satanism, has just handed themselves over to an ancient old religion that's managed by priestcrafts, people who say that they have a right to lord over you in your minds and your own abilities. They don't teach you anything except to fear, violence, lying, exploitation of each other. People say, well, I'm spiritual. Are you spiritual? Do you even know what that means? Most people don't even have a clue what that means. In fact, it's such a generic term that, when you really break it down, it's just like so many other faith systems, and you actually ask people questions, they fall apart. They get all defensive and angry and blow up on you. Well, if you really know what you're talking about and believe in, you shouldn't even have an issue with what people say about it. And certainly shouldn't be offended about asking questions. If somebody asks you a question, what's the big deal? But yet people blow up. They all go crazy. I think that's spiritual, all right. When you realize that you're multiple spirits in you, you're not just. And I'm not talking about separate spirits. I'm talking about your own essence, your own soul, your own spirit has multiple dimensions to it. Then on top of that, you have your companion. You're a host spirit to other parasitic spirits. Each and every one of us. Every one of us. Even someone like me who's gone through deliverance and all this stuff, I just had to come to terms with the fact that that's what's going on with me and with every other human being. And not only spiritually, but physically. And then, when you realize the ecology and the spirit realm and the diversity of it, you just have to come to terms with it. You and I right now, whether we real or not, are swimming in a sea, an aquatic sea, in which the spirit realm is a big part of it, makes up it. It's the ether. Has a huge influence on what's going on right now with the World Wide Web and Wi-Fi. I mean, most people think Wi-Fi in your phone is like a laser beam. A little beam is going from one phone to the other, or from your computer to my computer. Just far from it. It's like they're like orbs. They're like blobs. They're like plasma. You and I are walking through plasma. And so is everything else. We are all interconnected in many different ways. And people who, when I'm describing people who understand, outer body experiences and near-death experiences, they come back, or from their own experiences and the outer experiences, there's multiple dimensions. Some people are crazy enough to think that they have actually human beings that are their enemies. They really do. They think that's part of their gig. So, and other people don't. Some people want to know the truth. Some people just want to use this place to manipulate. I honestly think that part of it is, there's a very limited amount of free will and predetermination. And if there is such thing as predetermination, then who's responsible for primary entity that's responsible for all this? It's the creator of this place. The captain of the ship is always the one who's responsible. You have to flip the terms on that. And there's nothing wrong. I believe you're saying that the creator God, God is responsible for, the good and the bad, the good and the evil, the darkness and the light. This is this dualistic creation that I didn't create, you didn't create it. They created it. It created it. We could try to define all day long. We just read that, the secrets of the secret gospel of John and the great explanation of God. Light. Spirit. And it doesn't even matter it doesn't even matter if we believe in it or not, because it's going to be there anyway. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that this thing that we're dealing with, these things that we're dealing with our research, it's multidimensional, it's multifaceted, it's holistic in nature, and it's not just one simple direction. So what I'm hoping is start planting the seed that says, okay, let's look at things multifacetedly. Is that even a phrase? And a more holistic approach. Let's learn from other groups of people. Stop judging each other. Stop worrying what other people think about us, and just move on. In this process, you're going to have to leave a whole bunch of people behind. A lot of people want to be stuck in whatever paradigm they're in, whatever spoon-fed paradigm that's been given to them. It's scary to go on your own. It really is. In fact, when you learn about Plato's cave, part of the story about Plato's cave is that the one who escapes from the Plato's cave doesn't do it voluntarily. He's actually thrown out, forced out, and it's necessary. We do live in a matrix of deception and lies. And it's time to change, at least for me. I can't make anybody else do it, but I'm going to change to the best of my ability. And, people can say whatever they want about me. But I'm not out to cause enemies, but people that just instinctively as they do. If somebody disagrees with you with just one single thing, you know what to do? They'll just go ballistic and stop loving you or hang up the phone on you. I mean, I've had my own relatives, my own flesh and blood and friends, just for saying the wrong thing. But that's the world we live in. And if you're going to pursue the truth, you're going to have to deal with that. And there's going to be an awful lot of people who are going to try to take advantage of you in your pursuit of the truth. And there's going to be some spirits on the other side or around us are going to try to do the same thing. This is just reality. But I would, from my own lesson, I've learned there's a lot of people in the quote unquote Bigfoot community, that are really just taking advantage of us. They're not broadening our horizons or understanding. They're just pushing one scary story after another so they can sell their mugs and their T-shirts. And then there's many of them that say that they talk just like me, actually. What you know the difference is because they're selling you mugs and T-shirts, and they're doing the same thing over and over again and spinning our wheels. I think it's really important to start listening to people that we're afraid to talk to, that we've been conditioned to be afraid to talk to. And there's going to be a lot of people who know this truth, and guess what? They're going to try to conceal it from us and hide it from us. So you're going to have to be able to read the tea leaves, and you're going to have to read between the lines, and you're going to have to know that in most annoying of terms, discernment, which I find over and over again, people that claim that they value so much have so little of it. Now, it might seem I'm just ranting, and you go, what does this have to do with Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and forest spirits? It has a whole hell of a lot to do with it. Because I'm discovering that until we're willing to break free freely from this matrix of deception and lies and the influence of other people, we can't truly learn fully what's around us. We're always having someone else cloud our judgment. I'm telling you right now, Skinwalker Ranch over there, and all these other, this ranch and that ranch, and whatever, Ape Canyon and this canyon and this location. You know what? They don't have anything more than what you have in your own backyard. This is the truth. And you have a divine right to know the truth. And that's been stolen. That's been taken from you and I. And let's understand the power and influence of the group. It is real. Peer pressure. People make fun of you. People judge you. It's hard. It's very difficult. You're going to have to deal with a lot of people pointing fingers at you, making fun of you, looking down on you in order to find truth. No one gets out of this. Either you really want to know what's really going on or you don't. And there's only so much I can offer you. There's only so much anybody else out there can offer you. But if we work together, we can help each other to see what's clearer, what's really going on, the pros, the cons, the benefits, greater understanding. Maybe escape out of this. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard about this concept, but it's starting to make more and more sense to me. This reincarnation, soul trap matrix that we're in which we reincarnate over and over in our spirits until we figure out how to get the hell out of here and get to a higher plane of existence. It seems to be the case because when you look around, everything is designed to keep us down, not to enlighten us. Even, you know what, I've been paying attention to this and been obsessively paying attention to the internet world and what's going on the World Wide Web. And you know what? I wonder sometimes if it was any more closer to reality than when I was 5 years old. This is a whole principle called learning against learning. The black magicians, they are the black wizards. They are the if you want to know somebody who's practicing darkness and evil, just look at any guy that's dressed up in black and calls himself a rabbi, master, or priest. Or a gal that calls herself a priestess. Or whatever. There's people that want to freaking control you and think that they have some, I've earned the right to be superior. I have knowledge you don't have. If any of us have any kind of compassion, we should be sharing this knowledge, especially if it's useful for us and for each other. It should be freely being given to each other, regardless of competition, regardless if you make a dime out of it. In fact, that money that possesses us is a talisman. It's an all right. It's a spell. It's written right in front of our face, hidden in plain sight, and it's happened in every freaking country. You can blame the United States. You can blame Britain. You can blame the Vatican. You can blame China. You can blame Russia. You can blame. The fact is, everybody and everywhere you go, this talisman, this sorcery. There's some sorcery for you. One thing I've learned is money corrupts. How many times have I seen guys and gals get to a certain point in the internet or wherever they're at in position, and they start having a following and they start getting money, and next thing you know, they're spinning their wheels. They found a stick that works, a gig that works. Is bringing in money. They're not going any further, and they're not bringing you along any further. I'm telling you right now, if you're following anybody in any of these communities and you haven't heard anything new of any great value except trigger words, cliches, and scary stories over and over again, you need to ask yourself honestly, what are you getting out of it? Entertainment? Okay, if that's what you want, entertainment, you want to be captured. If you want your soul and your mind to be enslaved and captured, then keep being entertained. It's not going to do any good for you in the long run. And eventually, at some point in your existence, you're going to have to break free from it. One of the strongest addictions we have is entertainment. It's stronger than any drug, than heroin, meth. It's stronger than tobacco. And it takes a lot of courage to break free. Alchemy is a big part of it. Alchemical astrology is a big part of this. You'll find it in the New Testament. It's riddled with it. Diet's a big thing. Trying to avoid as much as possible all this synthetic processed food as possible. Proper mineral salts in your diet. I discovered somebody said, Mike, I got $200. You can get yourself something for your computer or for something materialistic, or you can get yourself the 12 mineral salts for the 12 months of the year that's in line with the zodiac. I take that instead. I take the 12 mineral salts. And no, I'm not a witch. No, I'm not a sorcerer. No, I'm not a druid. Truth is truth, though. If you want to see deeper into reality, as nutrition and salts or mineral salts are a big part of it. Also, is being honest. Honesty is an extremely important thing. Honesty. They call it pureness of heart. But really what it comes down is just being honest. And you know what? If you screw up and you make a big a lie, or if you say something's not true and you catch yourself, you're conscious, as your honesty develops, you say, I'll just go back to person, make my mess. So if they think I'm shit, and then they think I'm shit. There's nothing more. One of the most magical principles of life is making amends, making things right to the best of your ability, asking for forgiveness. Many times you'll find out that the people that you make amends to didn't even know there was an issue. Is your spirit saying that? Do you have to be a religious person, a Christian, or anything else to do? No. You have a soul. You have a spirit, a multidimensional spirit. There are times when it's me. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but let's think about this before we end this, because it is a big part of it. It's a big part of all this. Making amends and being honest. To the best of the ability to tell the truth. There's something that sets an individual free by doing that. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do about being better than anybody else. What it has to do is pureness and peace within. When you know your motives are not about exploiting individuals, entities, this realm, that you're not just there to take advantage of people, to get one over on people. The world opens up more. It really does. It's a fundamental truth. And here's another thing, too. When you refuse to keep perpetuating lies in order to be part of the group, to stay in that freaking cave and watch that freaking light show. When you say, no, I don't want to lie anymore. I don't want to make up stuff. I don't want to just... Things change. Those familiar spirits, those regional spirits, those generational spirits, they recognize. God recognizes. The new truths are revealed. Then you need to deal with it. Many times, one has to go through another landfill mine of half-truths to get the truth. Misinformation, disinformation, until you can weed it out. All right? Figuratively, they talk in the Bible about the wheat and the tares, and it had nothing to do with us, by the way. It has something to do with a different group of people who lived 2,000 years ago. But saying that, you can still apply in your life when it comes to just things in your life. There is just information and things that are just nothing more than tares. They're useless. But sometimes there's that golden kernel, a grain of wheat that's valuable, that's nutritional, spiritually, intellectually, emotionally, that you hold on to. You become a stronger person. I just want to think, we hear all the time about people talk about NPCs, and everyone sees everyone else as an NPC. Remember that everyone else sees everyone else as an NPC. It's a terrible idea. I think that's a terrible idea. Just remember, when you're looking at everyone else as an NPC, they're looking at you the same way. What happens when you do that? You deny each other opportunity to learn from each other, to grow. We just assume because of the way someone's dressed, somebody's looks, how many tattoos or not tattoos, what title or what words come out of their mouth, that they have nothing to offer. And this is not true. Not even close. But, you have to do what everyone has to do, You have to go into the fire. Here's a little thing. Here's something that most people don't even have a clue of. Let me look this up. Do you know the Luciferians, the original Luciferians, followed Bishop Lucifer, a Christian, and it was a Christian organization. That's right. In fact, the reason why they put Lucifer there in Isaiah 14 was a jab at Bishop Lucifer. You know why? Because the Bishop Lucifer was offering truth to his people, freedom, and the imperial cult, the state religion, and the state priestcraft didn't like what they were doing, so they made sure to demonize that guy's name for all eternity. That Lucifer's not even supposed to be in the Bible. Actually, it has nothing to do with the fallen angel. And Isaiah 14, if you read it properly, and there's a thing called the burden of Babylon. If you look at it, it's a jab that was written towards, it was a mockery towards the king of Babylon back then. There's nothing to do with this today. Yet everybody is so fascinating what has happened to us. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is historical. This is can be established, and this is the truth. They had issues with this Gnostic Christian Bishop Lucifer, who was giving truth out, too much truth out, and so they had to make sure that he was demonized for all eternity. That's right. There's no NPC. It's non-player participant character, or whatever it is. It's NPC. Sorry about that. Not NPC. I'm telling you the truth, by the way. I did a video. Another guy did a video. Someone who came out of Christianity, and he did it. Go in my video. Go in my. It's this thing about Lucifer. Just look at the history of Lucifer. I ain't making it up. When you get done watching that, you'd be like, I can't believe I even got suckered into all that stuff. On all sides. You know what I want to be? I want to be set free. I have enough. I've had enough of all this nonsense. I've had enough of all this make-believe. I've had enough of all this wishy-washy silliness. I've had enough of living in the past. Other people's constructs. I want to live in the present. In its fullness. And I want to get the hell out of here. I don't want to come back here again. There's nothing to be learned here. There's no new lessons to be learned for me. I want to go home to a new realm, but I can't. So in the meantime, let's help each other to get to home. Or get closer to home. Let's help each other not to judge each other and not to condemn each other. It's one of the most tragic things. It was never meant to be. And that's all I see. I mean, for 7 months, I've been on TikTok interacting with all these different Christians. And of course, then on YouTube and other places. And the amount of condemnation I see on all, it doesn't matter. You could be an atheist, you could be a Satanist, a Luciferian, and you know what they're really good at is condemning each other. All I see is condemning. And everybody pretends they know what they're talking about. It's like everyone's working on their performance. I'm at this stage of my life where I'm real happy if I go through the rest of my life with, even though I'm in my pursuit of the truth, if the thing I get out of the pursuit of the truth is that there's more and more revelation of how little I know and how stupid I am. I'm good with that. I really am. I have no control of my reputation, and nor does anybody else. Yeah, much peace and much love to you all. I hope the Lord of all spirits and Heavenly Father blesses you 1,000,000 times more than me. Thanks, Brandy. I really honestly, I hope they blesses you so much And every of your wishes, especially they're good for you, are fulfilled. I hope there's great peace in your heart and your soul, in your life. Remember, this place is a place that's dualistic, so there's good and evil, there's night and day, there's peace and suffering. This is the way it is. So, but that last part I got screwed up, and there is moments of peace and moments of suffering. I hope you have more peace and less suffering, and that your lessons are learned quickly, swiftly, and you're like I said. And I don't even know what that means to be blessed a million times more than me. I really don't, except that I sincerely want what's best for you, better than for me. I really do. I really do want you to have a better existence and a better life. I really do. And I hope I get no rewards and no recognition for it. I hope that to you in your relationship with God, there's the recognition. Whatever that means, let's be honest, when it comes to the Creator, it's more than we can even understand. And that's why you know what? Some of my best friends are atheists. They think I'm crazy for even believing in God. So what? It's okay. I understand. I was there once. And I don't think I'm better than anybody else. And you know what? At the end of the day, they might be right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe, my delusion helps me get through another day. Saying that, I'm going to hold on to that delusion because the inner man, my spirit man, my essence says this: there's something bigger than me, something greater than me. So what? If you think otherwise, so what? So, anyways, the spirit realm is very dynamic. It's very the spirit ecology is very important. And once again, if you can go find this and start reading this, or find it, you can get the PDF and other stuff. But Joshua. Joshua is along with Tim and a few other people, have written a wonderful book that I strongly recommend to read because it's a collection of 3 books, and that will broaden your horizons. Ecology of Souls, a new mythology of death and the paranormal. And you'll start to learn fully about, and it's interesting how God works. I've been focusing on this and just waiting for somebody who had the actual talent to do it, and they did it. The Ecology of the Souls, Volume 1, Volume 2. And when you get done reading some of that, you realize that we're dealing with something that's so much more dramatic than anything that's on the fright show, the horror shows, the things on the internet. And far more entertaining. How are you loved? Are you asking me that question, David? Or are you asking Brandy? Anyways. Yeah. Well, love's a broad term. It's a mysterious term. It's thrown around quite a bit. Love is when you wish. You know what love is? Is when you're at peace with other people and you have no desire to manipulate them, control them, or condemn them. No condemnation. So when you're going after that, so if you love, maybe you didn't even ask me that question, but that's what it is to me, at least. When you're to the point where you're no condemnation. When you're not out to ruin people's lives. You're not out to judge people. You're not even focusing about the people. You're not even when I say that, I mean, you know about us with our magical monkey mind and what we do, and we we create these make-believe conversations with other people. We get pissed off at them, and then we rehearse our script. So when we let go of that and focus on something greater, it's not easy. It takes time and practice, like everything else. Anyways, I can't believe I'm ranting and raving. It's almost 5 in the morning. All right. Thank you for spending time with me. This is my birthday, and I've a very nice, generous birthday gift. And I don't know. I think maybe I'm thinking about every Thursday that I'll do a nice, long, lengthy show, maybe starting around 9:30, and just let 9:30 p.m. and just collect a bunch of different data and information, and find some good videos to share with you and comment with, and just let it happen. But that's what I'm thinking Thursdays. If I do this every night, I'm going to end up missing out on the rest of life. You know what I mean? So anyways, thank you.